there's a lot. There is a lot happening, and I know Barb will give us an update on some of those. I wanted to note that we have last time we tried to allocate some time for open discussion, and as these things happen, it unfortunately got chewed up by a variety of other things. We put it back on the agenda, and I do, as I sent out an email to ASCAC members, want this to be free flowing. There are a bunch of things happening, as I noted. PCAST just put out some recommendations with respect to the implementation of chips in science, the RFI from DOE about post-exascale futures is out there. There are a bunch of things in the winds, and I just want us to have some time to brainstorm a bit because it seems an opportune time of transition to do that. And so with that, I'll hand the floor over to Barb and let her give an update on what's new in Germantown.
Yeah, and Hickman's going to show my slides. That's great. And you all can tell me, just interrupt me if you have a question because I won't be able to see you raise your hand. Next slide, Hickman. As Dan said, a lot has happened since we last met, and we only met in July. We have the Chips and Science Act, we have the Senate marks, and we have the Inflation Reduction Act, and I'm going to touch briefly on all of those. But before I start, I just wanted to highlight some of the other talks that we're going to have today at ASCAC. Jaron is going to follow me and talk about the OSCAR research priorities. This was something that we said that we would do in response to the COVID, or not the COVID, the COV recommendations. Paul Krajewski, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, from General Motors is going to tell us what General Motors is doing with exascale. Dan just mentioned his discussion. Our exascale update today will be from Lori Deitchen and William Hart. Since we last met, actually ESNet 6 successfully completed its project ahead of schedule and below cost. So instead of having a facilities update, we've invited Inger to come and talk to us about what ESNet 6 update actually means for us. And then, of course, we have our subcommittee reports. Tony will talk about the DOE NCI collaborations, and Jack is going to give us an update on the International Competitiveness Subcommittee that we just formed. I wanted to step back because we've had a number of discussions about how Office of Science can actually advance diversity, inclusion, and equality within our SC business practices. And one example I wanted to give is what we did in the Reaching a New Energy Science Workforce, or RENEW initiative, this past year. We started with a series of listening sessions to identify the barriers to participation in SC program activities. And actually, one of those listening sessions caused me to actually change the focus of what our RENEW solicitation was going to be. I moved from high performance computing because Lois McGinnis and her team were doing such a great job through ECP, so that we focused on quantum, because we heard that from a number of high performance, or from HBCUs, that they wanted to join the quantum leap. So we focused on quantum. And as part of our listening sessions, we actually called out in our the scope of proposals some of the allowable costs that could be charged, such as buyout for classes, so to make sure that everybody was aware of what were allowable costs. Post the FOA announcement, we had webinars. We combined our webinar with workshops that were held at Berkeley and Oak Ridge that invited the other labs to participate, to start building partnerships between our labs and MSIs in the area of quantum. And also the FOA had a requirement for a recruitment and inclusion plan that would be part of the applications. And because our RENEW FOAs were released so late in the year, we are just now evaluating those plans as part of the merit review. And we hope to expand upon these new practices and requirements based on our lessons learned in FY23, which, as Dan says, starts on Monday. Okay, Hickman. As I said, I'm going to talk about, I'm just going to briefly touch on the president's budget request, you know it, and then talk about the Senate remarks. For your information, in my backup slides, I have the House marks that I covered last time. So next slide. You've seen this before, but one of the things that we got in late summer is the Inflation Reduction Act, and within that act, Oscar received about $163 million for projects. As I noted, ESNet was done, so the $163 million was split between our 3 facilities, NERSC, and the leadership computing facilities at Oak Ridge and Argonne, primarily to use to buy down their leases for the machines that they're currently upgrading. Next slide. So let's look at the Senate markup. Much of the same language at the beginning of the Office of Science markup was the same, but the committee recommended $1.077 billion for Oscar. And again, they much like the House did, the committee strongly supports Oscar's leadership in emerging areas relevant to the department's mission, including such things as artificial intelligence and quantum information science. And we commend Oscar's pursuit of machine learning tools for scientific application and supportive development of algorithms for future deployment of quantum computers. And we continue to do work in that area. They also identified that we should spend not less than $178 million at Argonne, $263 million at Oak Ridge, and $130 million at NERSC, and also $91 million to support the necessary upgrades and operations of ESNet. They also said that we should spend not less than $280 million for research, and out of that, we should spend $20 million for CSGF. Next slide. They also had similar language to the House that they supported the Center for Advanced Mathematics for Energy Research Application, or CAMRA, encouraged the department to support the creation of cross-cutting research program that leverages applied math, computer science, and computational science to deliver not only artificial intelligent research, but also to talk about the deployment to increase the scientific productivity of user facilities. And that's not just our user facilities, but also all user facilities and under the Office of Science. And the department is encouraged to explore the viability of photonic quantum computing in coordination with other federal agencies, and encouraged to consider the mechanisms to provide access to ionotrope quantum computing resources, particularly with the ability to integrate with existing high performance computing resources. And we'll see how that there's some language in the CHIPS Act that again talks about integration. But I also want to remind people that we have a quantum quantum computing testbed that is one of the focuses on ion traps. Next slide. So what does this mean? So the request was for $1.068 billion. The House mark was $1.050 billion, and the Senate mark was $1.077 billion. And here you can see the comparisons for the facilities and the comparison then for research. The research originally in the request was $378 million. The House mark wanted us to spend greater than $3,400 million. And that also included 15 to 40 million for memory research, and the Senate language had us spending over 280 million, including 20 million for CSGF. When you do, and you can all do the calculations, so the House mark leaves us about 340 million for research, and the Senate mark is a little less. It leaves us about 338 million for research. Now, I am going to talk about the CHIPS and Science Act, but I just want to note here that the authorization in that act, and it's an authorization, not an appropriation, for 2023, the recommended authorization is $1.126 billion. So we're within 50 to 75 million of that. So now I'm going to switch to the CHIPS Act, and I'm really going to focus on the science part and the Oscar part in the CHIPS Act, not the entire CHIPS Act, because you'll probably talk about that later. So The authorization kindly lets it, so I've divided this into two parts. I've divided it into the authorization of our current programs, and then I've identified some of the new things that they've added to our authorization. New meaning that we haven't had an authorization before for it, but we have been doing things like it in the past. So the director shall carry out, and in this case, the director is the director of the Office of Science, a program in coordination with academia and relevant public and private sector entities, a research program, a research development and demonstration program. So we are to steward applied mathematics, computational and computer science, relevant to the missions of the department and to the competitiveness of the United States. I don't remember that last phrase being in there before. And also we are to develop modeling, simulation, and other computational tools relevant to the scientific disciplines and to the development of new energy technologies and other technologies, to advance computing and networking capabilities for data-driven discovery, and to develop the advanced scientific computing hardware and software tools for science and engineering. Now, this is the high-level authorization for OSCAR, but the other interesting thing that they added was the Undersecretary for Science in coordination with the director shall ensure that the coordination of the activities of the department, including the activities under this section, and this section is specifically the OSCAR language, to determine and meet the computational networking research and facility needs of the Office of Science and all other relevant energy technology and energy efficient programs within the department and with other federal agencies as appropriate. So next slide. Now we kind of drill down in, next slide, yeah. We start drilling into, okay, mathematics, we should carry out a program of mathematics, statistics, and algorithms for modeling complex systems relevant to the missions of the department, including on advanced computing architectures. And we are also to focus on tools, languages, programming environments, and operations for high-end computing systems. And the high-end computing systems are defined in the American Supercomputing Leadership Act of 2017, which was an update of the High-End Computing Revitalization Act of 2004. So it basically defines high-performance production computing and leadership computing, and the American Supercomputing Leadership Act actually then defined exascale.
Barbara,
Also, yeah.
Vince, interrupting
Sure.
for just a second. I'm did the 2017 language include quantum by any chance?
I don't believe so, because the quantum information is in the National Quantum Information Act of 2018. So I think the focus was primarily, I can go back and look, but I really don't think it was. I think it was in the Quantum Act. And
Well, the reason for asking is that this direction saying the director shall carry out blah, 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 one would hope would somehow incorporate the quantum as part C if it wasn't already defined in the 2017 Act.
I think you'll see later that it's not here because it's already in the National Quantum Information Act, what the department does, and it lists everything that we do R&D on. So that was also another authorization. So we're authorized there. Okay. And you'll see that they amended that act in this section. So we'll come back to that.
Barb, I have a slightly different question.
Sure.
Maybe touch on this, and if so, just tell me to be quiet. But there is also, Chips and Science also sent some money to Commerce that has some research elements in it. Is it likely that the Office of Science will have any play and access to some of that money?
We have been working with Congress with Commerce since since I think the NDAA Act last year. So we're hopeful. We don't know yet, but we are hopeful. And because of everything they have to do, the Office of Science is actually sending a detail over there to help them with their FOAs and things.
All right, thank you.
It's
Dan,
TBD.
Dan, I'm just thinking that if Commerce, I think of NIST and I think of its work in at least on the quantum side. So presumably that's one avenue for us to cooperate.
Indeed.
Yeah, and just to follow on to what Vince said, I do know that the National Quantum Coordinating Office is working very hard to make sure that quantum is recognized as part of the CHIPS part of this act, that we do have some semiconductor and fabrication needs that we shouldn't be overlooked in this for quantum. Okay, so I'll quickly end on this slide that there's strong support for the Computational Graduate Fellowship Program. And in this, they also identify some funding specifically that would come out of our allocation for CSGF. The funding was a little less, that I think they wanted about 15.75 or 15 million for this year, and the Senate has raised that to 20. So they do have proposed allocations, but the CSGF would increase. Next slide. And the last thing they call out specifically for ASCAC is ESNet. And what is unique here is they actually said to provide scientific networking across the continental United States and the Atlantic Ocean. So they recognize our links to CERN to ensure network reliability, to protect the network against cyber infrastructures, and then the recognition that we transport exponentially increasing levels of data from the DOE laboratory sites, user facilities, experiments, and more often sensors. And then to contribute to the integration of a heterogeneous computing framework systems. And this was the heterogeneous framework systems. Part of this was mentioned in our budget request. So now I'm going to turn, I think, to the new part, authorization for ASCAC. If we can go to the next slide. Oh no, one other thing. In authorizing our current programs, they also want us to have a balanced portfolio with the Advanced Scientific Computing Research and Development Program, that we support robust investments in applied math, computer science, computational computer science, research needs relative to the department, including foundational areas that are critical to the advancement of energy sciences and technologies and new and emerging computing technologies, and associated high-performance computing and hardware facilities. The Office of Science has I think our standard practice is 40% of our budget should be to research and 60% should be to facilities. And ASCAC has maintained that level and will maintain that level going forward. Yes, Ben.
A question about software side of things. I wonder whether there exist codes that we know should be revised and improved, partly because we have new computing resources and partly because perhaps we understand better what's actually going on from the physics, and we should be doing, rewriting the codes to reflect that. Do we have a sort of a list of things that we need to consider?
I think we've done a lot of that in Exascale. That's why we actually funded 24 applications in Exascale, is to actually get them to rewrite their codes so that they could take advantage of the Exascale platforms. And we'll gather the lessons learned from that. And we hope to apply that through our SIDAC program. So we're gathering that information. And we'll work with the programs. And of course, we're going to hope to work with the applied programs going forward so that we can incorporate a lot of this in the energy earshots. So we're trying.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks for the reminder.
And the other thing that I'll mention, Lori may have this in her talk. Exascale is reaching out to the other agencies. We've reached out and held a hackathon with NASA. We're talking to NOAA, and Susan Gregorick is on ASCAC. So we talk frequently to them about Exascale. So it's not just the DOE applications that we're concerned about. It's also the other agency applications. Okay. All right. Now on to the next slide. I think hopefully Roscoe and his subcommittee should be extremely happy with this, that the Congress recognizes what we've done with exascale, and they encourage us to sustain that. And I just want to, for all of you, ASCAC, who has supported exascale for the last 15 years, I want to read that the sense of Congress is that the exascale computing project has successfully created a broad ecosystem that provides shared software packages, novel evaluation systems, and applications relevant to science and engineering requirements of the department. And that such products must be maintained and improved in order that the full potential of the deployed system will be continuously realized. I think a lot of this text comes from the work that ASCAC has done, and I thank you for that. So they also suggest that we sustain and evolve the ecosystem to ensure that the exascale software stack and other research software will continue to be maintained, hardened, and otherwise optimized for long-term use on exascale systems and beyond, and reliable availability to the user community. And we are working on that plan as we speak. Next slide. And I'm excited because they've now recognized that we have a role to play in advanced computing beyond exascale. And this is what so they've proposed an advanced computing program. And so, and when we get into the authorization of new programs, it moves from the director. And so now they're telling the secretary to do that. So sometimes it's broader than just the Office of Science. And they say, so we need so then we need to establish a program to develop and implement a strategy for achieving computing systems with capabilities beyond exascale computing systems. And certainly we would do that in partnership with NNSA. But they want us to still maintain our foundational research programs in math, computer, and computational science, but with a focus on new and emerging computing needs within the mission of the department, including post-Moore's law computing architectures, novel approaches to computing, to modeling and simulation, artificial intelligence, quantum, and here they've mentioned quantum specifically, edge computing, extreme heterogeneity, and include potential quantum accelerators and distributed high-performance computing. They want us to retain the best practices from exascale, and we should develop a department-wide strategy for balancing on-prem and cloud-based computing and scientific data management. Again, I go back, this is directing the secretary to do this. And also directing the secretary, there is a concern across all of the federal government on bias in using AI. And here they're calling out bias in high-performance computing. And so they're in leveraging high-performance computing systems for research purposes through the use of machine learning algorithms for data analysis and artificial intelligence, the secretary shall issue and ensure adherence to guidance for the department, the national laboratories, and users on how those capabilities should be employed in a manner that mitigates and to the extent practicable avoids harmful algorithmic bias. And there, I think that this is a role that the AI Technology Office will play. Ben.
Are we supposed to be on a different slide because we're not seeing
I'm
AI?
Yeah. So
Okay.
That's what I just read.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. So now we can go, my fault, to the next slide. So we are also, one of the things they've authorized us to do is architectural research. Oh, I see research is misspelled, in heterogeneous computing systems. And here they want us to actually do some research in heterogeneous and reconfigurable computing systems to expand the understanding for the potential use of these systems to deliver high performance, high efficiency computing. And we should use research and development to explore the convergence. Again, this comes right out of the National Strategic Computing Act, to the convergence of big data analytics, simulations, and artificial intelligence to drive these heterogeneous computing systems. And here they've called out that they would like us to partner on this and coordinate with the materials research that's done in the basic energy sciences program. So this is a long-term look at the artificial architectural research. And I think this goes along with the microelectronics workshop that we did with BES that Dan was the co-chair of a couple of years ago. And then, yeah.
Bob,
Next.
no, I meant to update in the previous slide.
Okay.
And
Previous
advertise. Yeah, it was just advertising. We have an organizing.
Yeah, okay, just go back to.
It's the AI slide, yes. Organizing a birds of a feather session at supercomputing on HPC is neutral, AI is not, and it's all about
great.
ethics. So it might be of interest to this community. I hope it is.
All right, I need to be I need to be on the energy efficient programming one. Poor Hickman. All right. Oh, now we're in backup now. So we need to start over. Do you want me to run it? All right.
Well, I think, Barbara, I think the idea was to try to get you back to where at least the bias slide and then go from there.
Yeah.
Okay. So whoever's controlling slides, can we have them back?
Okay, well. All right, so when is your bird of feathers, Tony?
Give me just 1 second, I'm getting there.
Okay.
The birds of a feather, it's on the Tuesday night at supercomputing. I think it starts at 5:30 or something, or 5 o'clock. But I'm welcome to see all of you there.
Wait a minute, isn't that's about the same time they do the top 500?
I haven't looked at the, I think it's after the normal schedule, but I may be wrong.
I see Jack. Okay, so here's the bias. So yeah. And then that would, okay, my question is are they allowing? Is this year's SC going to also allow for hybrid sessions? So it would be virtual. So if we could dial in or not. I couldn't get an answer to that yesterday.
No, I believe it is possible to have a hybrid session. So I'll check that and come back to you, Bob. But I believe it's possible.
I believe Tony is right. There will be hybrid access.
All right. All right.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. So now go ahead. Next slide, and then the next slide. Okay, energy efficient computing. We had in our, I think FY23 budget request where we were going to try and have the applied mathematicians and the computer scientists work together to develop energy efficient algorithms and programming, kind of building off the work that Jack has done in mixed precision. And here Congress recognizes, yes, Vin.
My hand is not up to stop you from talking. It's just to get in the queue.
Oh, okay. All right. So here we want to do fundamental research, development, and demonstration of energy efficient computing and data center technologies relevant to the advanced computing applications, including high performance computing, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And here, and they to identify this program, they want us to establish a partnership with national labs, industry partnerships, and institutions of higher education for the co-design of energy efficient hardware, technology, software applications across all applicable programs in the department. And here, what's really neat is to provide access to energy efficient computing resources to such partners. So I read this as we can establish energy efficient test beds. Develop hardware software technologies that decrease the energy needs in advanced computing practices, including through data center co-design, and consider multiple heterogeneous computing architectures in collaboration with a program established under Section G, which is advanced computing. And here they talk about neuromorphic persistent computing and ultra-fast networking, and then provide access on a competitive merit review basis to these technologies developed here. So then.
So I wonder whether this portion of the authorization would support exploration of Josephson junction computing. And I bring this up because although it's been around for a while, Ivan Sutherland, who's a former of IPT, of the Information Processing Techniques Office at DARPA, and now at the University of South Portland, has bent my ear repeatedly, including last week at Heidelberg, that despite the fact that you have to spend a lot of energy to keep things cool at the Josephson junction level, the absolute amount of energy required to do a computation is extremely low. And he says there's a net benefit. So I wonder whether this could potentially cover research in that space.
Oh, I'm sure it could. Because we've known about, it's, putting computers and cooling, big cooling tanks before. So this is wide open. Again, this is not authorization, so no funding has come with it. But I think this lets to meet the department's goal of net carbon by 2050, we're going to have to look at many different unique ways of doing computing. And I think that's what's really exciting about this.
Yeah, Vint, if I could interject.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there was an IARPA program several years ago that explored that, made a lot of progress on the logic side. The holy grail is finding a memory worthy of the cold temperature. So there are other people exploring CMOS in a Cairo environment that achieve similar goals. But if you Google IARPA and ultra cold computing, you could find a number of reports what the results were.
Yeah, and I know that doing the memory research are also trying to figure out how they can use that memory and superconducting qubits with qubits. Thanks, Gil. All right, now if we go to the next slide. Now, here is where they're adding to the Department of Energy's text in the National Quantum Initiative Act. And specifically, they've given us two different new areas. And the first is the Department of Energy Quantum Network Infrastructure Research. And so if you go, all of the Department of Energy discussion is in section 400 and above, so they've added a section. And the secretary shall carry out a research, development, and demonstration program to accelerate innovation in quantum network infrastructure in order to facilitate the advancement of distributed quantum computing systems throughout the internet and intranet, improve the precision of measurements of scientific phenomena and physical imaging technologies, make sure that it's secure when we're doing this, and demonstrate quantum networking utilizing our ESNet backbone, and advance the relevant domestic supply chains, manufacturing capabilities, and associate simulation and modeling capabilities. Now I have 3 dots here because there was 2 more pages of things that they tell us to do, in this networking, in the quantum networking area. And they specifically tell us to, of course, partner with, who you would think we'd partner with, NSF and NIST, the quantum information committees, and both quantum information committees. But then they get very specific about the technologies we should be focused on, such as quantum limited detectors, ultra low loss optical channels, space to ground connections, classical networking and cybersecurity protocol, entanglement, quantum interconnects, transducers, memory buffers, long-range entanglement distributions, quantum routers, multiplexers, repeaters. And I think a lot of this grew out of the quantum networking blueprint activity that we had right before COVID hit. So anything that we would do in this area naturally needs to be across the government. But then one of the things that we would use as a test bed as connecting anything that works, that might, do it within a lab and then build out as the technology matures. And this is a case where they would like the Congress 180 days, so 6 months after the CHIPS Act was signed, we owe them a report on a 4-year research plan in this area. Okay, next slide. The next slide is the Quantum User Expansion for Science and Technology, or QUEST program. This is to encourage and facilitate the use of access to United States quantum computing hardware and quantum computing clouds for research purposes and to enhance our workforce or the quantum research enterprise, the workforce, accelerate the advancement of quantum computing capabilities, and to advance the relevant supply chains, manufacturing processes, and associated modeling capabilities. And in this, I go back in the authorization, they identify amounts that should go along with it. With the quantum network, it was about $100 million a year. For the Quest program, they're identifying approximately $30 million a year. And we would, we have developed a road, we owed Congress a roadmap on how we would get there. So we would have to look at this, and one of the things we might use would be look at our Q-Cup program and see if we can expand that, because we're already providing access to that program, which is started out of the Oak Ridge Leadership Computing Facility and now has some funding of its own. Okay, next slide. With that, I'm done with the CHIPS and Science Act, and I'm just going to stop here to see if you have any questions. And then I have one slide left.
All right, questions for Barb.
Okay, this is good.
Well, let's see. I do have a question. I'm having trouble finding the hand raiser, but if I could ask, so this you just outlined.
Wait a minute, Hickman. I do have one slide left. So, but okay. Yeah,
Yes, I'll bring it back up. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I finally found the hand raiser. So let's see. So what you outlined here sounds terrific, but that's the authorization. So when do you expect the appropriations to happen?
That is a very good question, Jack. And I don't know.
There's so many things up in the air here. We have ECP about to end in a year, and we have roughly 200 people who are on the verge of running out of funding. And this is the way forward, perhaps, for them, but without some more definite assurances.
Yeah, and I honestly don't have a crystal ball. There's Congress. I do know that the authorizers have written letters to appropriators and asking them to support this, and I believe they've also written letters to OMB. If we were extremely lucky, we could see something in the 23 request after they end the continuing resolution in December. That would be extremely lucky, because we've seen both the House and Senate marks. I think the best case is to see it in the 24 request.
Yeah, I agree with Barb. I spent last week working in the Hill about exactly this issue, how to turn authorization into appropriations. And I agree with Barb. I think the reality is that it's probably going to be 24 given the midterms coming up, and that's going to change the power structure. I will say that the things that were really clear in talking to people on both sides of the aisle was they recognized that this global competitiveness issue was really critical. They also recognize that we have a dearth of adequate STEM workforce and how important that is to the future. And I would say, without being crassly political, the best way to drive more appropriations is to do what Barb obliquely alluded to, which is we need the recipients of these technology advances in workforce to make a case for why they need those people and they need those innovations, because Congress responds to clear messages of need. And us just being pointy-headed researchers is not going to be enough by itself to secure funding. We have to make a cogent case based on national needs. Ben?
Along those lines, one clear issue has to do with available staff to do the research or to support the research, and that gets us into immigration policy, H-1Bs and so on. And I hope somehow or other, both members on both sides of the aisle can put two and two together and recognize that we do need to have some ability to bring people in from outside while we're also trying to train and entice people to train in STEM professions. But it takes time, to mature that cohort. And in the meantime, we do have a very significant competitive challenge ahead of us. So we need to meet that with immediate input.
Yeah, and to go back to Jack's comment, within Exascale, we have a number of researchers that we want to make sure that we keep in the United States and that we, keep them in DOE's little realm.
So these are all, go ahead, Jack, and then I'll make a comment and hand it back to Barb.
Okay, well, the other thing I was going to ask is what's the magnitude of the funds that would be appropriated? So are we talking about something on the scale of the ECP project? What are we going to be looking at? I know it's hard to say, but what's the
and the authorization that if you go back to whatever slide I had, the table from the House and Senate marks, the 2023, their suggestion was 1,126,000,000, and I think that goes up to 160 some billion. Yeah. So, but then I think it goes up each year. The important thing is, I think the idea is the top line for the Office of Science is about right now. I think even the Senate mark was about 8 billion, and they want to get the top line to at least 9 billion.
Just remember, folks, the way this works, the top line that Barb's talking about, those are the numbers the appropriations committees in the House and Senate start with. Those then roll downhill to the subcommittees that have the so-called 302B allocations, which is their target. And the energy committees that oversee DOE then get a whack at allocating that money. So in the end, part of this is what's the top line, which is really what Congress's appetite is, but then making sure that the allocation that rolls down to the committee that appropriates for DOE has a big enough budget to actually plus up the appropriation.
Okay, now if we can go to my last slide. So many of you might not know this, but unfortunately we lost a strong Oscar supporter just a couple weeks ago. Scott Collis passed away. One of the things that I got a note after he passed away from Paul DeBar, who was our former undersecretary. Paul went to high school with Scott. So Scott got his BS in aerospace engineering from the University of Kansas, and then his MS and PhD from mechanical engineering from Stanford. But more importantly, in 2017, Sandia and their wisdom named him the program director and program executive for the Oscar program, with the ASC program. So we've had a long history with Scott, and he was always very supportive, and many of you probably saw him at ASCAC meetings because he was there in person if he could be in person. And so we will miss him. We'll miss his infectious laughter, and he always had a smile on his face. And I also want to give a shout out to Susan Seastrom and Jim Stewart, who worked to make sure that Scott was productive to the end. And he was always, in fact, I saw him a month in August before he passed away. So he was still a productive member of the Sandia team. And I'm sorry that we lost him, and my thoughts are with both his family and the Sandia family, because I know what it's like to lose a coworker. And a public celebration of Scott's life was held on the 24th, just this last weekend. So with that, that's my last slide.
Thank you, Barb. And we're certainly sorry to lose Scott. We'll have more time around lunch, as I said, lunch being a relative term given our distribution. to talk about futures in some of these issues, but I want, in the interest of time, for us to move on. So as Barb noted, Sarah is going to give us an update on ASCA research priorities.
Thanks, everyone. I hope you can see me and hear me. Let's see. As you know, I initiated these updates last year, and I will try to give you a summary of what we have done in FY22 and provide really a sneak peek at the FY23. Of course, depending on internal discussions and congressional appropriations. My talk will include the activities within the Computational Science Research and Partnerships Division, as well as some of the activities within the Advanced Computing Technologies Division. Next slide, please. In FY22, we issued 11 solicitations and overall recommended 157 new awards. Not all of these awards were recommended for the solicitations. Some awards were recommended as part of the open solicitation. Some were supplemental awards, etc. And of course, these do not include the SPIR awards. So we recommended 11 projects for early career. Barb announced these awardees in the July meeting. We recompeted 4 out of the 6 SciDAC partnerships that we have with our partners. The 5th cycle of the BES partnership had already started in FY21, so it's not included here. And we did not put out a call for the FES partnership, but extended the existing projects. We stood up 4 mimics and recommended new awards for randomized algorithms, data viz, and management and storage of data. We took a different approach for Express this year. As you know, Express is our program that targets short-term exploratory projects that stimulate new research directions. We compiled 6 distinct topics under this umbrella and really focused on innovative ideas and unconventional approaches in the portfolio. Lastly, we launched Oscar's portion of BRAVE, the SC-wide program for biopreparedness research virtual environment by a lab call, and made 4 subsequent awards. All of these projects have been, of course, announced on our website, and we are very excited about the great science that that will come out. Next slide. Our programs continue to build on community events. In FY22, we organized alone or in partnership with other offices 10 community events. Of course, this list does not include the community events that the labs organized or the community events that ASCAC engaged in, and we look forward to the discussions during the lunchtime. We had a workshop on AI at DOE and AI for ESP in partnership with other offices. We held a workshop on cybersecurity and privacy for scientific computing ecosystems, visualization for scientific discovery, decision support and decision making, and communications, as well as the second quantum computing testbed stakeholder workshop. We organized 2 BRNs. As you know, these are basic research needs workshops, one on scientific software development and use, and the other one on management and storage of scientific data. And of course, our BRAVE lab call built on the roundtable discussion that we had on foundational science for biopreparedness and response. And as Barb mentioned, we held 2 networking workshops for Oscar's portion of the Renew initiative. Lastly, we participated in the organization of the virtual roundtable on foundational science to accelerate nuclear energy innovation. So this is also the time that I get to brag about all the great science accomplishments from our community. There are, of course, dozens of these accomplishments, and but I included 4 in this talk to also illustrate what OSCAR research is all about. So next slide. This first highlight is from our data reduction portfolio, where the researchers from PNNL and Purdue developed a new algorithm for the summarization of graph data. And it turns out that one of these new algorithms also helps with the load balancing and scaling in the NWChemX, which in turn enabled the calculation of the FOC matrix for the ubiquitin protein 4 times faster. Of course, the computing this matrix faster has been a long-standing goal in science, and this is a very good example of OSCAR research tackling long-standing science problems. Next slide, please. This highlight is from our applied math-based research portfolio, where researchers from Argonne developed a new stochastic approach to for binary optimization for optimal experiment design, which is of course crucial for data acquisition systems or schemes, like where to put the sensors. This is an example of how our investments in base research enable new approaches that will impact a broad application space and further state-of-the-art approaches in applied math. Next slide, please. The third highlight is from our quantum investments. A multi-institutional team, including one of our early career awardees, designed and demonstrated the first ever Bell state analyzer. And why is this important? Measuring the Bell states is critical to performing many of the protocols necessary for quantum communications. This is a very good example of our research investments advancing future technologies. Next one. Okay, so the last highlight that I included in this talk, and again, this is, I only have 4, but there are just so many of them that I could probably speak the whole day long. This is from SIDAC, nuclei project, which has been funded for a long time by our partnership with the nuclear physics program within the Office of Science. In the new experiment, the researchers, and this was published in Nature, finally confirmed the long-sought tetraneutron, which was actually predicted by theory in 2016 by our researchers, that were supported by SIDAC. This is an excellent example of research, OSCAR research investments, long-lasting impact, and the fact that sometimes it takes decades and sometimes 6 years for the impact of OSCAR research or the impact of basic research in general to be recognized. Next slide. All right, so of course, none of this is possible without the people. Our community members are recognized daily by very prestigious awards. And I have 2 here, but I'm sure that I'm missing dozens more who were recognized by very prestigious awards. But I want to send some congratulations to Ian, who will be recognized by the ACM IEEE CS Ken Kennedy Award during the supercomputing in November, and Bridget Scanton, who will give the Bowie lecture during the AGU fall meeting in December. Next one. All right, so looking at the future, basically. I hope you already know this, and by the highlights that I showed, really OSCAR research is crucial in enabling DOE and SC's scientific enterprise. Our overall goal is twofold. We want to thrive in the exascale era, and we want to be able to effectively use the exascale machines to reach their full potential. At the same time, we want to look at the future and make the necessary investments in future for future of computing. For both of these goals, we need to consider critical research and technology trends and enable them and embed them in a way in our programs. Artificial intelligence and machine learning, massive data and the resulting privacy and scientific integrity issues, a new thinking for computing technologies, which are all at the same time heterogeneous and distributed. These are already here, but also to a certain extent special purpose. And we need to consider embedding this special purpose computing and using them alongside with general purpose computers. We need to invest making all of this work. And of course, along with this comes the complexity of the software. And of course, again, we need to consider doing all of this within a reasonable energy budget. So let me see. I lost you guys for a second, but all right. I think next slide. Okay, so here's a preview of the some of the research directions that we would like to pursue in FY23. And here and I also listed our core strengths, because in everything that we do, we want to leverage and continue building on our core strengths. I did mention the importance of our investments in core basic research. And these are crucial in enabling the future, but we can look for ways to innovate basic research. We can look for ways to explore new models for what I call smart sustainability. And what this means is that how do we figure out what we keep, and how do we figure out what we discontinue maybe funding? We need to build more agility in our programs, and we started doing that a little bit in FY22 with reviving the Express program, and we would like to continue doing that in FY23. And of course, in everything that we do, we want to be thoughtful and intentional about workforce development and broadening participation. So we're going to continue. We plan to continue in our investments and competitions in scientific machine learning for complex systems, and quantum communications and network research, and quantum internet, and other quantum computing testbeds programs. We want to pick up some of the topics that we used to fund before ECP out of the research division in distributed and resilient systems and co-design for scientific continuum computing. And we've already talked about, Barb talked a great deal about the software sustainability and how it appears in the CHIPS and Science Acts. We did not finish the competition of the SIDAC partnerships for the 5th cycle. And we are going to continue our discussions with the Fusion Energy Sciences program. And of course, we will participate in the SC-wide initiatives for Renew, Brave, FAIR, Accelerate, and Energy Earthshots. You already know about the Renew and Brave because they were competed in FY22. And I will talk a little bit more about FAIR and Accelerate and Energy Earthshots in the subsequent slides. Next slide, please. Okay, a little bit more about the, excuse me, software sustainability. So this is obviously, there's a lot of interest in this, and it appears in the CHIPS and Science Act. And so we realize that there's a lot of interest from our community. One of the ways that we will entertain the different ideas from the community is through the Open Source Station. And now today is an interesting day. It's the end of the fiscal year, and the current Open Source Station, as of half an hour ago, expired. There will be a new Open Source Station that will be posted possibly today or within a couple of days. But please continue checking. And hypothetically, if we receive some proposals in response to the open solicitation in this area, we expect to convene a review panel by January. And one of the things that we are really interested in these applications is for the applicants to articulate a long-term vision for sustaining a substantial part of the ecosystem of software. And this extends beyond ECP. And really for them to describe how their efforts might be rapidly scaled up in the future. The applicants should also think creatively about how to meet the long-term needs of the software ecosystem and include stakeholders who may need paid commercial support and about potential partners, including national laboratories, academic institutions, nonprofit organizations, and businesses of all sizes. Of course, Hal gave, I think, a number of talks about the ASCAC Software Stewardship RFI that we put out earlier and the analysis of the results. So you may refer to those previous talks for additional information. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to shift gears here a little bit and then talk about the 3 SC-wide initiatives that OSCAR plans to participate. And of course, all of this is pending on the congressional appropriations. The first one is the SC Energy Earthshots Initiative. I think in a newer version of these slides, I had the website included here, but you can of course always Google. And there's a public website for the what these initiatives, what these Earthshots are. 6 of them have been already announced. And the idea is to accelerate breakthroughs to realize abundant, affordable, and reliable clean energy solutions and address key research challenges at the interface of basic and applied research to bridge the research and development gap. This initiative also launches a new research modality, Energy Earthshot Research Centers. And these centers will be complemented by small group awards focused on use-inspired fundamental research to address knowledge gaps that limit achievement of the energy Earthshots. Next slide, please. The second initiative that I want to talk about, and again, all of this is pending on the appropriations, is the FAIR, Funding to Accelerate Inclusive Research. FAIR will enhance research on clean energy, climate, and related topics at minority-serving institutions, including underserved and environmental justice regions. In a way, we view this as complementing the Renew initiative and build on research capacity, infrastructure, and expertise at MSIs. We want to build mutually beneficial relationships between the MSIs and DOE national laboratories and user facilities. And we expect that the majority of the funds will go directly to the HBCUs and MSIs, with some portion going to the partnering institutions. Next slide. Accelerate, which also stands for Accelerate Innovations in Emerging Technologies. Again, the idea here is to form highly integrated research teams to accelerate the discovery, creation, production, and commercialization of new technologies to form the basis of future industries with public and economic impact. We want to drive scientific discovery for sustainable production of new technologies across the innovations continuum, but also we want to train the workforce. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are lots of things going on, and there are new initiatives and of course our continuous support for core basic research programs. In order to do all of this, we need people. I need people, and this is not actually a copy, a mistake from the last ASCAC. It is the same position that we had advertised before. This is a ASCAC program manager position for interdisciplinary physical scientist and computer scientist position. We reopened it, and the position will close on October 12th. And I really, I would like to ask for your help disseminating the information and encouraging people to apply or contact me if they have any questions. I see hands. Yes.
It's Vint. I'm just thinking about meetings I've had with other parts of the USG, especially on the technical side, and the challenge we're having with competing with the private sector for positions like these. How do you feel about your ability to compete?
Well, so you do not join the federal government, and I think a lot of my colleagues will agree to make a lot of money. So and of course our salaries are already determined, and but there are of course other drivers and other motivational factors that you join the federal government for. Yes, it is certainly, we are competing against a lot of institutions, including academia and labs and industry. But again, it's a different calling. And
just to pursue this a little bit further, other groups at NASA and at the National Reconnaissance Office have managed to get some flexibility for augmenting whatever the standard pay rates are, you know, in the GS-15 range. And so I just wonder whether it's worth pursuing the possibility of getting permission to push the salary levels so they're more competitive.
thank you. I think I noted, and it will certainly be useful. It's above my pay grade to whether or not we can pursue something like this. But again, I want to emphasize that it's a rewarding career. Sorry, thanks, Sarah. I didn't mean to cut you off. So let's do Vivek, Rich, Jack, and then we'll come to Todd.
Thank you. Thanks, Sharon. I wanted to go back to the list of topics that you had for FY23. And of course, it's been really great to see all the progress we've made in software sustainability, both in ECP and ASCAC overall. And I think all contributors really needed to be commended for both what they've achieved and the long-term strategic vision. But thinking of the CHIPS and Science Act, and I guess we may end up talking more about it later today, it seems to me that we also played a leadership role early on in thought, with respect to thought leadership in microelectronics related to chips and science. And, you know, there was the basic research needs workshop and lots of other activities. So I'm just curious, do you see any aspect of that I might have missed in the list of the FY23 activities?
Okay, so let me be clear on one thing, and I probably did not say this disclaimer, is that I tried to give you a preview of what might be included in the FOAs. It doesn't mean that every single topic that's listed there is going to turn into a solicitation, and we may end up actually having making awards in topics that are not necessarily listed there. But going back to the microelectronics, and of course, we made some awards in FY22 on microelectronics, the co-design FOA that we had, and those are going to be, they will continue. And whether or not we're going to have a separate solicitation on microelectronics, it's to be determined.
I see. Yeah, I mean, the high level bit is, I think we as a community in ASCAC did show a lot of thought leadership there. And now with the attention being paid with chips and science, it would be great to continue to be in a leadership role on that aspect as well, in addition to the software sustainability.
And absolutely. And some of these topics that I listed, of course, I'm not giving details. I want to keep some element of mystery in the FOAs. But it doesn't mean that they're not going to include like the co-design for continuum computing systems. It doesn't mean that it's not going to include elements of some of the things that you guys worked on and some of the things that appeared in the BRN on microelectronics.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Rich?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Jaren, very nice presentation and such great things going on. I was intrigued by your mention of commercialization in the Accelerate program, and I was wondering if you could give more color to that. And I'd be particularly interested if there's involvement of the SBIR program companies and a way to synergize there.
Unfortunately, I can't give you a lot more details than what I already have. So it is those are SC-wide initiatives, and we just started the internal working groups to really nail down the details on how we're going to go about them. So I would like to hopefully come back to this committee and give you more details when they're available.
Okay, yeah, my input would be, having been involved with some, hungry SBIR small businesses to, tap that energy in your commercialization efforts in that program.
Yeah, absolutely. And our investments in SBIR, obviously, they will continue. I didn't necessarily mention them here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, thanks, Sharon, for that insight into FY23. You mentioned 4 projects. You mentioned software sustainability, the Earthshot Fair, and emerging technologies. 3 of them had dollar amounts associated with them, but what was omitted was the software sustainability. Can you say something about the funding level for the software sustainability?
Not really, before actually the open source station is completely out and we have the appropriations, but certainly we're going to start small. So that's all I can say. But we want to really plant the seeds for something, hopefully, that's going to grow into a bigger, something that's going to sustain a bigger ecosystem.
So when you say small, can you be more specific? What do you mean by small?
Well, I would say we're not talking about millions.
Millions in not tens of millions, but millions.
Millions, yes. In FY23.
I mean, today I think the budget is around 50 million for the software that goes into ECP. So that seems to be a mismatch in terms of being able to sustain the software that was developed under ECP moving forward.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah, if I can add one thing, remember, ECP has to continue through 23. And so we're walking a fine line between making sure those people are, and we know that the people are funded through 23 because I've worked with ECP to do that. So it's 24 when we really have the big cliff.
Yeah, I'm worried about the people who are working on this today, the postdocs and the junior people who are becoming very concerned about the long-term viability of their position within the office. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Sandy?
Thank you. Thanks, Jaren. Appreciate the background on FY22 and what was awarded, and also for looking into 23. Having been on the Oscar Research COV, one of our recommendations was to go and support single PIs or small team of PIs at universities. I was wondering, for the 22 awards, how many of those went to, let's say, single PIs at universities? And for looking the solicitations, are they open to smaller teams of university PIs?
Yes, and certainly, and we can go back to the FY22 awards. I don't have a total number, but most of our Express awards went to the single PIs or very small collaborations. So I do have a number there, I believe. I don't know if Hikmet can go back. Close to 20 awards.
Yeah, there are like 22 awards, but how about the other ones that seem to be a little bit like 4 projects? Were those kind of bigger team awards?
It's a mixed bag.
Okay.
So, again, probably the number that I can give you is for Express. That's definitely small awards. But within the other projects as well, we do have a mixed bag of small collaborations or single PI awards and bigger awards.
Great, thank you.
All right, Valerie, then Tony.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks, Jaren, for the presentation. Very informative. So my question, I realized wasn't covered in the slides, but just wanted to get your thoughts about looking at longer term funding opportunities. I think it was something that came up at the last ASCAC of the possibility of maybe looking at 5 years. And I think it may be something to be explored, but just wanted to get initial thoughts about it.
Well, I think I tried to outline our really our goals in terms of really taking the most out of the exascale era and investing for the future. So and of course we also have to align with the administration priorities, and we're gonna and in a lot of cases those goals align with the administration priorities, and we're gonna make our plans accordingly.
Thank you.
Tony?
Yes, thank you. Now, I chaired a subcommittee on AI, machine learning, data intensive science and HPC and the opportunities for DOE Office of Science. And there was a strong recommendation that DOE should do something in that area. And it was seen as a possible complement to ECP coming to an end. And I wondered, I mean, clearly it's encouraging that there is a new program beyond exascale, but I wondered if there's any chance of a major program in AI for science, because looking at the mission of NSF, where they have huge numbers of AI institutes, it does seem to me that DOE is lacking a coordinated major program in AI applied to its applications.
Again, we continue engaging our community, right? As you know, the labs actually organize a series of workshops over the summer for AI for science, and we're looking forward to the outcome of these workshops. And I believe that they owe us a report. And
my report of my committee was a response to 4 workshops they'd already had on this subject. So I wonder how many workshops and how many reports you need to have.
And again, I think we talked about the CHIPS and Science Act, and it's something that we are considering, but really we need to wait for the appropriations.
So I think this is a great conversation for our lunchtime. It gets to right at the issues of what happens next, and do we have the will to fund it at an appropriate level to do the right thing? All of these issues about talent continuity that Jack raised are important questions. So let's hang on to those. That's the kind of free form I'm hoping we can have. I'm also sensitive to the fact that we have an external speaker, and so I want to give Paul from GM the floor to.
So I wasn't done. I'm sorry. I had one more slide.
Okay, please be quick.
Yes. Okay. Right. Well, I do want to announce that and say happy retirement to Randall Love Unit. And as you know, he has been the main Oscar SciDAC program manager for over a decade with an Oscar. And I have no idea if that's what he's going to do when he retires, but I really hope that he's going to do something that he really enjoys. And on a personal note, I want to thank him very much for his sage advice and his friendship over the years. And he will be retiring at the end of October, and we will deeply miss him.
All right, terrific. We appreciate that, and we wish him the best as well.
I'm done.
Okay, terrific. All right, I'm sorry to be a taskmaster. I just want to make sure we stay roughly on time. So thanks, and we will move on at this point to to Paul to give a talk about exascale at GM.
All right, thanks, Dan, and thanks, Christine, for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here, excited for the presentation and the questions and discussion afterwards. And the way I want to frame this presentation, I know the title's GM at the exascale, but it's really thinking about how we collaborate with the national labs going forward, how we leverage the skills and capability, especially in high performance compute, and what that means to address a lot of the challenges that we have in industry. And you already heard some of these themes coming up in the previous presentations. So the next slide, please. So what I want to do is start from a high level, from our view at GM. Why the national labs? Why we collaborate? What the opportunities are, and then talk a bit about how we collaborate, because there's a lot of different models that we leverage to do this work, and to kind of push things forward. And then what have we done? I want to highlight some of the key results in different technology areas, and then in that context, a bit of a view to the future on where we think some opportunities are. Want to speak a bit about US CAR, because that is another one of my roles at GM, and does have a very strong connection with the DOE, with the labs, and is something that we can leverage as we look for putting together agenda, advocacy for some of the interests of the industry as well. And then I'll wrap up with a bit of a look to the future. So if you go to the next slide. So let's start with the benefits from our view on these national lab collaborations. And first and foremost is the excellent researchers that exist. I mean, these are many of our friends from graduate school, people that we know in our network, that we meet at conferences, that we collaborate with. And we're having the same difficulty you are in recruiting and retaining people, but can't emphasize enough that need to help grow those people, have them at the labs, and then leverage that expertise. And then you combine that with the unique capability, both equipment and the high performance compute capability that allows us to really push the limits. One other opportunity that I think is really important for this collaboration is the combined access to data. All of these software tools and all of the AI, ML, all of these things that we're trying to do at a high performance compute scale need data. They need good data for the analysis, and you need good ground truth, so that we know that what we are analyzing and the results are actually relevant and driving us forward. So that combination of what we have and what we have access to experimentally in the labs is really important. And then finally, leverage. There's a lot of consortia and other things where participation with a number of us in industry can really drive things and leverage the capability through the DOE and through the national labs. And I can't emphasize enough this last statement here. It's the ability to combine the data experimental techniques with the capability computationally. It's really these collaborations. And I know this is a committee around computing, but the computing doesn't give us the right answers if we don't have the data and we don't have the ground truth and the experimental results. So those really have to go hand in hand. And so as we talk about the future opportunities for computation, we have to think about continually the experimentation and the data that have to go along with that. So next slide. So there's a few models that we use to collaborate at GM. So the first one is direct projects. And so these are standalone projects between us and the national lab. They can be done with CRADAs, strategic partner agreements, or even some contracts, both ways, where we could actually subcontract to the national lab or have some very specific projects that are with GM and the national lab. Then there's kind of a larger view of the national labs as partners on our DOE funding. And so, as we go in and look for funding proposals, in many cases, these are our partners to strengthen a proposal, to bring the right people and right equipment to the proposal, to hopefully have it be successful and then deliver on the results. And then also these consortia. There's a number of consortia that exist that we're part of, and I mentioned leverage. This is a huge opportunity where we can work with people across the industry, across academia, and really leverage all that expertise to try and push technology forward. So next slide. User facilities. So whether it's looking at beam time, leveraging the synchrotron, going after high performance compute, that's a huge opportunity to collaborate. And then this last piece, just general discussions, leveraging that expertise. Some of these can be confidential discussions, others are more general non-proprietary discussions, but it's this interaction between people in different disciplines and with different expertise that really have the opportunity to push the agenda that we have in technology and kind of achieve this vision. And we'll go to that in the next slide. If you look at the areas that we are funding, so this is the direct funding where we're sending money or working to get some money going directly to the labs in partnership with the DOE. This is the rough breakdown. And you can see almost half of it is battery technology. And I'll speak a bit more about that going forward. But battery technology, autonomy, fuel cell, advanced manufacturing, that is a real growing opportunity. When you look at the data that we have around manufacturing capability going forward, and when you think about a transition to chip production, mining, critical materials, all of these things are going to require manufacturing models so that we can be very efficient with it. One example going forward is you look at how do we become efficient with mining and recovering some of these critical materials in the US. You've got to have a good model, a digital twin for mining, where I could know I'm targeting the right area and not wasting energy and not being inefficient with those processes. So all of these become really, really important going forward. And manufacturing is one that we will see more of in the future. Next slide, please. So from a high level, this is the GM vision, 0 crashes, 0 emissions, 0 congestion. And these are very lofty goals, and all of them need technology development to attain them. But I will also say these goals, I think, are very common across the globe with many of the automakers out there to different degrees. And I think, we've communicated this to the DOE. We work on a lot of these technologies to achieve these goals with our partners at the labs. So let's go to the next one. So one of the areas where there's a lot of opportunity, and mentioned half of the funding that we have is in battery technology and electrification, and that is one of the keys. We are committed to an electric future. You could see announcement after announcement of new vehicles. We just announced the Equinox EV a couple weeks ago, and also many announcements on critical materials to enable us to have, whether it's lithium or cobalt or nickel or these other materials, to enable us to be able to do this over and over again. So this becomes a very important part of the research going forward. So next slide. So one of the other things that these collaborations allow us to do is really set the targets and the scale for what we need to do as an industry in order to achieve these goals, for example, of 0 emissions. This battery technology roadmap that is developed between the US car OEMs through the Automotive Battery Consortia and the Department of Energy sets these targets that we could achieve. And it becomes very important as we set these targets that they're communicated across the industry. So this gives, whether it's academia, national labs, others, what the goals are, where we need to get to. And as we set up these projects, whether they're experimental or computational, to say, where do we need to get in order for this work to be relevant and in order for it to impact industry? And so, this case here is really kind of moving us towards where we need to be from a cell energy density and cell cost. And going from left to right, you're basically moving from, in a GM world, the volt to the bolt to the future as we get there to the right. And these are the challenges. And when we do this kind of work collaboratively, now as an industry, we can go out and talk about, here are the challenges, here are the goals. Let's kind of set that out for the marketplace. And it is really helpful in kind of driving research agendas. Next slide, please. So one example of one of these very successful consortia is Battery 500. So this is where we are partnered with 4 different national labs, a number of universities that are shown here, to develop high energy rechargeable lithium metal batteries for future electrification. So this is really important in generating the experimental data that we need to then create the models. And so this is a combination of both developing the materials and developing the manufacturing processes. So you can see we're doing coding, we're looking at how to develop a coding process that hopefully can be scaled up as we move forward, and then testing protocols. And along this lines, I don't have a slide on this, but there's also work now on multi-scale modeling of lithium-ion batteries, and then ultimately this will go beyond that to lithium metal batteries. And this is where the computational capability is extremely important. If you want to be able to do these multi-physics, multi-scale models that are very, very computationally intensive, you need to have that power that resides in the national labs to be able to do this type of work. And that's how you're going to make a difference in developing new chemistries and then new manufacturing processes that are going to enable us to take those chemistries and manufacture them at a rate that is affordable to the customers. So next slide. While much of the talk is on battery from an electrification standpoint, we don't want to lose ongoing work on fuel cells as well. If you look at the strategy across the heavy truck and medium duty truck is fuel cells. When you look at towing capability and combine that with an infrastructure for charging that we already have with truck stations across the US, fuel cells are going to play a huge role there. And so this has been another area that we are part of as well in collaborating with the national labs. So next slide. So there's been a tremendous amount of ongoing work at NREL where we are looking at experimental capability as well as computational work to really push the limits on fuel cells and make them something that is viable at scale, looking at efficiency, next-gen membranes. See some questions coming up there. We can get those there at the end. And really trying to push the limits to enable these to be a good competing technology that's cost-effective for the industry. There's been a tremendous amount of work for a long time about hydrogen storage materials. Probably haven't seen as much progress there as we hope, but I think even the membranes themselves and how they are used and their long-term durability as well, all those are things that we're looking at with NREL. Next slide, please. And then thinking about, it's not just the technology itself, it's how it's going to work when we have to put this into the marketplace. And so one example is this simulation that NREL's come up with for hydrogen filling simulation. What does it look like? A very complex model that allows us to look at temperature, pressure, other things when you're fueling a vehicle. And this becomes really, really important as we look to set up the infrastructure going forward. And just like there's this work in optimizing hydrogen filling, there's similar work in battery technology, looking at the infrastructure, charge technology. There's a lot of modeling of the whole grid and what that looks like. And again, all that has to happen for again, more questions coming up. We'll get to those at the end as we figure out how to now develop the technology and then make these functional in the actual environment. So let's go to the next one. So there's another piece of this electrification story beyond just whether it's battery or fuel cell to create the electrons. Now it is, I got an electric vehicle. How do I make that as efficient as possible? Because while I want to improve the efficiency of the batteries, for example, I can eliminate waste on these vehicles. And so whether it's thermal management of the batteries themselves or electric motors, becomes a very important challenge. And so there's some ongoing work now on thermal management analysis with argon on motors, and how can we optimize pushing these motors to their highest performance we can without creating problems with overheating, and how to manage that the thermal stresses that we end up building up in these motors as we push them to the limit. So that's been a very successful project, and that's one that is ongoing with GM. Next slide. So another part of the future is autonomy. Two pictures here show recent examples of where I think we've made a huge difference in the autonomous driving space. On the left, we have our Super Cruise, which is the highway driving system that has gotten tremendous acclaim in the industry for its ease of use and safety. And then taking it to the next step with our cruise vehicles that are in San Francisco that are now picking up people and delivering service in the city. And so, you know, we're really excited. This is a long journey that we're on, but you know, we've seen some really great progress over the next few years. But this is a huge opportunity to leverage the power of high performance computing. So if you go to the next slide, so this is one of the great wins, and this is directly out of some work in my laboratory, where we are licensing a artificial intelligence system from Oak Ridge called Mendel. And essentially what this allows us to do is do optimization for these CNNs, neural networks, to look at a whole bunch of different data sets and try and come up with the best solution. So much of this work in autonomous driving is recognizing the environment around you with sensors, signals, cameras. And so I have these images, I have other inputs, and I want to be able to have AI machine learning models that can take that information and help us make decisions as we develop the technology early on. So we're using this in our lab as a research tool, and we think as we move forward and begin to do much larger and larger scale simulations of cities and everything else, that these kind of tools that we have and the capability that we have at the national labs like at Oak Ridge are going to be critical to helping make that happen. Next slide. And just as a kind of a throw in here, but I think it's really important, is the results of these collaborations are often publications. You know, we continually look for opportunities to publish our work in conjunction with the labs and get that out there for peer review to really help push things along. And so this is a paper to look at as people drive, understanding their behavior in naturalistic driving settings, and figure out how do we optimize things for energy usage. How to model stupid drivers. Yes, we want to try and avoid those as much as possible. All right, next slide, please. All right, another theme of where we're going is the connected vehicle, and there's a couple aspects to this. One, Ultify is what we use to describe our system for a software-defined vehicle that enables us to modify the capability of the vehicle, give customers different features as the vehicle evolves, and do over-the-air updates, a lot of things like that, but also enables us to connect to the outside environment, whether that's vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to cloud, vehicle to edge. All of these things become very important as we try and get very efficient with the computation on board the vehicle, especially, you know, as I mentioned in the last slide on autonomy. There's a lot of data that's coming in. We want to do that as efficient as possible. So having the right software architecture to make that happen is really, really important. Next slide. So this is an example of a project where we are leveraging a lot of this data that we have with our OnStar system and with other systems as part of the DOE Smart Mobility project. So we're taking this real world driving data. In this case, this is from our adaptive cruise control. So where people can go on cruise control and the vehicle will adjust based on vehicles ahead of it and figure out where's the most likelihood for people to use that? Can we predict when that's going to happen and develop models for that? So there's a ton of data that comes in, both when it's being used, all the environmental data around that, and then hopefully can predict based on things like environmental factors and other things when this is used, because this gets to how do I get very efficient with long-term designing of highways, but also understanding where some of these systems are working and how that can drive overall energy usage in these vehicles that have some of these advanced safety systems. Next slide, please. Right, virtualization. So we're targeting 100% virtual validation by 2025. This is, again, a really difficult goal to achieve, but this enables us to really drive out costs. You eliminate additional dies, tools, prototype parts that you make. And if you could do a lot of this virtually, it could allow us to speed up the vehicle development cycle. So if you go to the next slide, key to making that happen are material models that go into high performance computing type analyses. And so when we have those good material models, you need, now I could do things like predicting performance, predicting formability. Can I make the shapes that I want to make? There's static and dynamic performance, crash performance. And so this kind of speaks to this combination of good experimental data with computational capability to be able to leverage it. First, to be able to make these material models, and then to be able to apply them to optimize things. And I have the term here at the bottom, ICME. I'll speak to that in a couple of slides in the future, but that's integrated computational materials engineering. That's been a big trend in the materials world, where you're trying to look at different length scales and model the material down to the atomistic layer and solve real world problems by having that information as I go length scale to length scale up to the actual performance of a part, for example. And can I design new materials or better model these materials in these different performance situations so that I could get more accurate models. If you go to the next slide, please. So here's an example, and this will have some of the both experiment and materials data as well as the optimization. So the next generation of steels that we're going to use, these are called Gen 3 steels. This is kind of the evolution of lightweighting to higher strength steels, which allow you to use less material to get the same performance. So we've developed a new test with the advanced photon source at Argonne. Do this very localized strain measurement dynamically as we're running a test. For example, in this case, a tensile test. You can do this kind of test and quickly develop the material performance capability, for example, whether it's the texture or something else, to be able to understand how these Gen 3 steels are performing, and then input that into models to try and develop the next generation of these materials. And so this has been a large DOE effort with US CAR, with many of the labs, and ultimately figure out how to better design these materials in the future from first principles. If I go to the next slide, please. But then these things go hand in hand. So you mentioned there's the equipment, I've got the synchrotron, leveraging that expertise in the lab, but now I want to figure out how do I use these materials once I develop that. And this is another project that we've been collaborating with NREL on is, all right, I now have a suite of materials I could apply. I have the performance requirements. In this case, the picture on the top is a body side structure with a bunch of different parts on it. I could run a finite element optimization using the cluster at NREL to optimize what material, what gauge, where I want to use it, and really come up with the best solution for applying these materials that I've also designed leveraging these techniques. So this is just a wonderful example of when I put the experiment with the material models, with then the optimization capability, I can drive light weighting, drive the implementation of these next generation materials. So one of the key focal areas, and it has been for a long time, back using ICE engines, and as we transition to EVs as well, is lightweighting. If the vehicles are lighter, I don't need to have as much energy to propel them forward. And so, you know, there's a constant opportunity to drive mass out of the vehicles. And I like this graph. We use this in a lot of different forms to really tell this story. And it's important as we tell the story in the context of high performance compute. So there's two parts of this. The first one is on the left-hand side, design optimization. So if you look at these two axes, as I go to the right, I get more and more mass reduction. But as I go up, I get more expensive. Well, there's a regime where you can do this design optimization, just like I showed in that last graph, where I can look at size, I could look at topology, I could look at performance with a great optimization scheme. We've used some genetic algorithms, we've used other things to use the minimum amount of material I need to get that performance. So, you know, the way that we tell people is, I don't want to buy more steel than I need. I don't want to put more steel on the vehicle than I need, or whatever that material is. So I want to be optimized with that design. But the only way you can do that, especially in a virtual world, is to have good material models and good computational tools and software to be able to do that optimization. Otherwise, if you can't do it, you're going to have safety. You're going to have to throw in safety factors, extra welds, all kinds of things that drive cost and mass and other things. Once you've done that, now when I go to the right and I look at the advanced materials like Gen 3 steels, then aluminum, carbon fiber composites, magnesium, I want to use these in a very, very efficient manner because they're more expensive than the traditional materials. So if I can do this efficiently, and I've got the models, it allows me to use these materials as efficiently as possible, drive weight out, and then hopefully not add a significant amount of cost. All right, next slide. And so here's some examples of how we've done that. This is a recent R&D 100 award that we partnered with Oak Ridge on developing a new aluminum alloy, leveraging additive manufacturing to really produce a new material that we didn't have in the past. And so you've got this computational work as well as experimental work that allows us to take that next step in materials development. All right, next slide. And there's going to be more opportunities for this going forward. LightMat is a lightweight materials consortium that is represented by a number of experts from national labs, and this provides this access to the resources, both experimental and computational, to allow us to get after a lot of these lightweighting challenges. Next slide. And a couple of results from this work already. High precision aluminum castings. So this is some work where we've been able to develop higher quality castings, decreasing manufacturing cost and energy cost by doing a combination of both the materials development as well as the manufacturing development. And that's why this manufacturing is going to become more and more important going forward. Next slide, please. And then I mentioned this earlier, this integrated computational materials engineering. So in partnership with Oak Ridge, there's projects ongoing to develop high performance components, leveraging material design, microstructure control, and process optimization. And so the only way to be able to do this kind of work, we're looking all the way down to, you know, thermodynamics of individual phases in the material, up to defects as I do a casting, for example, which gets to modeling the melting process and what that looks like to predict porosity, and then take all of that information. I want to predict performance like fatigue life and other things. I need that compute capability combined with the experimental capability to do this type of work. All right, next slide. So a couple quick comments on US CAR. I wanted to make sure we included this because this is one of our big engagements with the DOE and the national labs. And this is It was founded in 1992. GM, Ford, and Stellantis are partners with the DOE in this. And there's a lot of areas where we have technology pillars, from advanced propulsion to electronics, energy storage, materials, manufacturing. And this is really driving the technology agenda. So just a couple slides on this if you go to the next one. And these were provided from my colleague Warwick Sterling, who's now the executive director for US Car, really looking at how they view the national labs. And this isn't an exhaustive list, but so many areas that are important to our industry going forward. And you could read these across, and I know these will be available afterwards as well to look at, but from additive manufacturing to charging, modeling batteries, looking at fuel cells, hydrogen storage, looking at the overall emissions of the vehicles, tremendous opportunities there. And then the next slide are some examples of projects that we're doing through US Car with the national labs, leveraging a lot of this expertise. And you could point to a number of areas. For example, I mentioned at NREL the multi-physics modeling of lithium-ion batteries, extremely relevant, leveraging the high performance compute and really trying to push the technology in that area. So a couple slides to finish up. There's tremendous opportunity because the future here is not just traditional vehicles like automakers have been thinking about in the past. We're really expanding beyond just our traditional vehicles. So this is an example of, so this is for delivery. You know, we've partnered with FedEx to sell these electric vehicles and use them for low emissions delivery in municipalities. So I think there's a huge opportunity there. Go to the next slide. Boats. We're putting our batteries on boats. This is a pure watercraft partnership that we have to think beyond just traditional vehicles as mobility. Next slide. What does this look like as we transfer to drones and aerial transportation? This is a concept that we have out there, and there's ongoing work there as well. So it's really thinking beyond what you would think of traditionally as mobility, and all of these technologies that we develop, whether it's the battery systems, autonomous systems, lightweighting systems, all become extremely relevant for these different areas. And then the last fun one that we'll show, if you go to the next slide, my team's working on the autonomous system for a lunar rover with Lockheed Martin. So now we're taking that next step on developing autonomous systems for very unmapped areas, battery technology at space conditions. Go to the next one. That's a picture of the rover that we're developing. Super exciting. And so this is one of the things you talk about recruiting and getting graduates to come. This is the kind of thing that I'll tell them, that look, you can come work on not only vehicles and cars and trucks, but hopefully you can go to the moon. So hopefully that's enough to at least get a few kids excited after they graduate to come and work at GM and in the industry. So with that, if you go to the next slide, I just want to emphasize the message. These collaborations are essential to drive technology development. There's a lot of models for that collaboration, and combining the capability, the experiments with this computational capability is the key to these collaborations and really moving technology forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I've seen a ton of questions coming in, so I'm happy to answer as many as I can.
Thanks, Paul. Do you want to start by maybe picking a couple of those up while we see if people raise their hand to ask other questions?
Yeah, let's see what we've got there. I would like to hear about recycling, repurposing, total cost. Yeah, look, I mean, I didn't talk a lot about that, but sustainability is in the company as well. And so you'll see a lot of the work that we're doing is how to be, first off, efficiently use the materials we have, and then reuse them as much as possible. So there's partnerships with even the raw materials in battery manufacturing and in other areas. Reuse those as we have manufacturing. An announcement on some of our partnerships So there's a ton of applying that filter of sustainability to all of these things that I talked about becomes huge.
Could I pick up on Vince's question about image recognition using deep learning? There can be great fragile things. There's some famous examples of a stop sign being interpreted as a 30 miles an hour sign and things like that.
Yeah.
And it seems to me by doing something like, picking cars in an urban environment, that's much more difficult than using trucks on a freeway and convoys and things like that. So are you doing easier autonomous vehicles than?
Absolutely. And I would say easier. The first piece is the Super Cruise. That's the highway driving that we've talked about. And then, even in what we've initially done in San Francisco, it's geofenced. You've got a controlled area. Those rides are often at night. We're trying to make sure that we understand that environment first. But to your point of we talk about it as adversarial AI. It's trying to understand what that means, because how can you look at these vision systems and understand whether it's a stop sign that's partially obscured? It could be rain, snow, other things that change the vision system. All of that becomes critically important to be able to do what you want it to. So that's a huge area of research, and I think that's a lot of what we want to leverage Mendel and other things to do. How much of this can you learn and understand computationally, and leverage simulation to do that without putting the vehicles on the road first?
Thanks very much, Paul. By the way, I used to go to supercomputing and the HPC systems. Every year I used to meet someone from GM Research, and he got more and more depressed every year, until one year, last year I saw him many years ago, was when he said that they'd been classified as PR. So you actually now have a serious research division. Congratulations.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
All right, other questions for Paul? Ben.
Yes, thanks very much. I had a question having to do with the testing process. One of the sister companies in Alphabet is Waymo, as I'm sure you know. And one of the things that is done in order to verify vehicle safety is to present the sensors with artificially generated information to create situations that you wouldn't want to actually test the vehicle in, like using up 3-year-olds to see if the vehicle stops when the kid rolls the ball out into the street. You can simulate those virtually, because you can create sensor inputs that would normally be generated by those situations. So we're able to run literally hundreds of millions of tests artificially. And I just wonder whether that technique is also being used in the GM work.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the whole ability to leverage this simulation capabilities, to look at the corner cases, look at all those things virtually ahead of time. And so whether it's constructing those corner cases or trying to understand how the data, as it's coming to a sensor, what it means, how it could be adjusted, when sensors may be failing or not performing. There's all kinds of different aspects there that you can leverage in simulation without, to your point, going out and doing that on the road.
Mark?
Yes, I had two questions. One, I think he talked about relative to battery waste and battery recycling. I hope that's a key focus for the research. The other is, has there been any analysis on the impact to our power production systems once you start charging hundreds of thousands or millions of cars and trucks to have them on the road?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And those kind of analyses are done by us, but also in collaboration with different national labs. So one of the things I didn't mention here, there's a team called USDOE, and basically OEMs, energy companies, And it includes, Duke Energy, SoCal, DTE here in Michigan, to look at that grid and infrastructure and what that means for them and charging. So that's an active area of research to understand that, see what it means, and try and figure out the best way to deploy that. Because I mean, if you don't have the grid or the capability, electric future isn't possible.
Other questions for Paul? Well, I think for highlighting the collaborations with the national labs, as you rightly noted, there's a powerful set of connections there and research insights and opportunities for technology transfer. So thanks very much for the presentation and we appreciate you joining us today, Paul.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the invitation. Appreciate it.
All right. I want to circle back to where we were before and have a little bit of open-ended discussion. I don't have any slides. I wanted us to carve out some time for discussion, and we touched on several of these earlier, but I want to revisit them. Some of the issues about that I would put under the category of what happens next. How do we pay for it? What does it mean for people? Where does it position the U.S. in the global ecosystem? Where do we want that to be? What are the technical issues? How do we facilitate that? That's just a warm-up. So, all of you have expertise in a variety of domains, and I hope we can have a lively discussion. So, who wants to pick up first? And Vince got his hand up. So, Vince, let's go with you.
I never pass up an open mic. Everybody wants. Look, one of the things that I would like to hear more about is our ability to model the power generation and distribution system as we increase demands on it, either because we're running air conditioning to deal with global warming or we're trying to recharge all of our vehicles overnight. Having a model of the power system in the US must be a high priority, and something must exist. But we also probably need to migrate from where we are today with the large centralized generation and a large distribution system to more micro, what are they called, Dan? I'm losing the right term for this, but these are small multi electricity generating systems.
Microgrid, Vin.
Microgrid, thank you, duh. I'll come to you next time I need to do a Google search. So the question is whether we have extensive modeling capability that will talk to us about how a microgrid system would respond to the increasing demand for energy.
Yeah, and I just note those things are further exacerbated once you factor in things like EVs, because those change the historical model of energy use as well. So I'm going to go down the line based on the order I see people on the screen. So that would be Jack and Karen, and then Vivek, and then Martin. So Jack.
Okay, I just want to come back to the points that were made earlier. If DOE doesn't send a clear message about FY24 funding levels, I have a strong feeling that people are going to be very concerned, and it can't just be a few $1 million smeared across things. We're starting to see people actually leave the program today. There are postdocs and junior researchers that are being told to start looking for a job because of the uncertainty that we have. And this even goes to the mid-career people at DOE. Just as they're getting trained to do research and be really productive, they're going to be leaving the program. At a university, I expect people to graduate and eventually leave, and that's a good thing. But I hate to see that happen at the DOE labs. In some sense, the DOE labs are now playing like a minor league to supply people to industry. I haven't heard what's going to happen to the unspent ECP funds after the program finishes. I understand there will be some funds available. Where will those ECP funds land? I expect they'll go back to the Oscar office. And, you know, the carryover, what's the magnitude of that carryover and how can that be used to help these programs that don't have a significant funding to exist? So I guess, you know, there's a concern that we're losing the tremendous resources that DOE have. And it's going to be hard to replace them when the funds do come in. So putting something in place today to ensure that they have a position in the next year is going to pay benefits overall. And I'll leave it at that.
Can I add something to that, which is the risk is also to the assets that have been created, right? If you expect those software assets, which are the result of many billions of dollars of concentrated and probably a hard to repeat event of all that amazing collaboration. You know, if those people leave, those assets will run the risk of dying on the vine. So, you know, this is a unique transition point to minimize risk.
I agree.
Anybody else want to comment on this topic before I hand the floor over to Karen, or maybe that's what Karen wants to talk about too?
I'd like to comment if that's okay.
Okay, I see Valerie and Martin, so let's let you two comment on that, and then we'll come to Karen. Okay.
You go first, Valerie.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was going to say you could go ahead because you started, Martin. So.
Well, okay. I mean, I just wanted to pick up on Jack's point, and I think there's a much deeper issue, and it's raised by the sort of whole issue of conditions and security in terms of security of employment at the labs, because, you know, the industry is so attractive in many ways now that the only thing, I mean, it's great for people to be idealistic in the way that Jaron talked about, but unfortunately that really is not financially very sensible when you could make so much more money in some of these other positions as people realize. Some idealistic people will always stay, but there needs to be a rethink really about the sort of security that's available for people and the conditions that people work under in the labs, if the labs are to compete. If we don't care whether or not they compete, and if we decide, as Jack beautifully put it, that this is a sort of minor league training people up for the major league, then that's okay. But something has to give. You know, the universities have survived because they do have more flexible conditions, but the labs are somewhere in between. They have some features of industry in terms of how, in quotes, you know, aggressive or realistic they are about certain things, and they don't have that security necessarily that keeps people there. And people will look at this and go, well, I'm not going to be treated any worse if I go to industry than I am in a lab. And so when you look at the differences in employment and the you know, condition, both in terms of conditions and rewards, industry seems very attractive, and we've seen a huge exodus of people out to companies like NVIDIA, which is great for NVIDIA, but as Jack said, it's not really very good for the labs or for the long-term future.
Valerie?
Thanks. And I just want to add on, especially with ECP, as it was acknowledged as a great success, and just want to note about the long-term aspect of ECP and the level of ECP. And so when you look at what's going to occur afterwards, you want something that's of comparable magnitude and long duration, because I think that also adds to the uneasiness. So if it's replaced by, let's say, 3-year efforts, that's also raising an issue. So I think the duration is important because ECP gave that stability for a significant duration where there was time to make great strides and have impact, you know, in many different areas of software, the applications. And so you want to keep that brain trust at the labs and looking at it in terms of the magnitude of what comes next, I think becomes so important. And, you know, we can think of different areas with the AI for science, microelectronics, but you want, you know, so I just want to also advocate for opportunities that are long in duration and significant levels.
Thanks, Valerie. Karen?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we, this is a really important topic that Jack brought up, and I just want to say that, you know, I feel very strongly about it as well. I mean, I think that, you know, the talent and the sustainability of the software and the resources that's been invested, and just to be really frank, it didn't seem like there was a well laid out plan. I mean, there's, yes, you know, you know, we have funding through 2023, but, and there is a promise of something happening in 24, but, you know, I just honestly did not see something that could be communicated. It's about communication, I think, you know, to the young postdocs and scientists and mid-career scientists that says, here is our plan for sustainability beyond next year. So that's one comment. I actually wanted to shift the discussion into something that I think Vivek touched on a little bit as well. And Dan, you sent us the PCAST report to discuss. And really, you know, I think this is a tremendous opportunity for us to position ourselves, especially with this investments that we know are coming. I mean, yes, there's a question about the timing and the amounts, but these investments are going to happen. The CHIPS and Science Act in particular, and the royal we, you know, this is really the community. We've established a leadership position in, you know, essentially across the stack of the compute system, if you will, you know, from the emerging technologies to the architectures, all the way up to the software and applications. I mean, this is a very unique thing that, you know, really, I cannot think of another organization, branch of the government that really has all of those parts. And I think that we are in a unique position to be able to, you know, participate, you know, lead really, you know, as part of these new initiatives that are going to be coming to our nation. And I'd like to, you know, I think maybe this is the right place to start, but, you know, I'd like to see us develop a strategy for how we are going to engage. You know, rather than just, it seems like we're just kind of waiting and seeing what will happen and then maybe reacting. I'm intentionally being provocative because I want us to get action. I think we really need to step up and develop, you know, a strategy here for and be ready for these initiatives.
All right, thanks, Karen. Vivek.
Well, I'm going to, Karen, very well said, because that was really the direction that I want to comment on also. I will say Jack's comments are really important, and I'll actually use, at the end of my time, go back to that. But since you teed this up, Karen, this is super important. And as you know, in past subcommittee reports, we've recommended that ASCAC in particular play a leadership role in sort of defining the strategy for the future. And, you know, a number of us in this community, when we saw the authorizations recommended, and I understand the authorizations in the CHIPS and Science Act, for example, there was one specifically that says that requires the Department of Energy to establish a program on research, development, demonstration, commercial application of microelectronics with, as happens in authorizations, dollar amounts of 75 million for FY23, 100 million for each of FY24 through 27, and also talks about establishing 4 microelectronic science research centers. And this is an example, and we don't know if it will play out exactly as this, but I fully agree. And this will be an example of connecting back to what Jack said also, that for our community, showing leadership, and while nothing is guaranteed, 100% showing this is our plan and this is our intent to lead along the guidance that it was just so amazing to see this actually be spelled out in the Chips and Science Act. I mean, these are things we might have recommended on our own. So I would love to have discussion on that point, but the bigger context that Jack raised is absolutely, absolutely critical. Many of us serve on many review and advisory committees, have the opportunities to engage with early career researchers. And, you know, Jack has put his finger on it. You know, you could, any early career, even mid-career researcher, they came to a national lab with a certain passion, a certain mission, and saying, okay, I don't have to worry about the headaches of being an individual PI like academia, and I can contribute to the nation. And they're feeling, you know, very, very uncertain. I will add, by the way, even in academia, we are facing absolutely the same challenges. And there's some interesting models have emerged with their own pain points of even joint appointments with industry and academia and so on. But those are still one-offs. And while perhaps that could occur with the national lab, it's not going to be, in my opinion, the solution that would apply to everyone. Instead, if we can find a way to, you know, the nation is investing in the areas that our national, or wants to invest in the areas that our national labs work on. If we could somehow paint that picture and reassure our colleagues in the labs, that'll be great. So anyway, those are 2 points, Jack's point and Kevin's point.
So I'll just interject one editorial comment here before I hand the floor to Tony. You know, one of the things that's incumbent upon us, I think, is, you know, Congress, as I once chaired a review of the NIDR program when I was on PCAST, and one of the OMB examiners said, Dan, I feel compelled to tell you this, even though I'm fairly confident you know it already. It's rare for people to come to DC and say, I'm dumb and I have too much money. Can you fix my problem for me? And what they were really trying to say tongue in cheek is there are a cacophony of ideas descending on Congress. Most of them are actually good ideas. There's some crazy ones, we all know, but most of them are good ideas. There's not enough money to go around. So the real political question becomes, how do you rise above the cacophony with a case that is compelling? And in the end, my sense is those are often around how the US is positioned globally. So global competitiveness is very high on the members of Congress minds. So are the workforce issues. And so ways that we can relate the stories to those are really important. The roll downhill about funding to fund people and other stuff, those are the benefits you get from selling the story. But many of us remember that selling Exascale was a many-year effort and lots of fits and starts before we got funding for it. So it does take a compelling competitiveness story in order to close that deal. And I think that's what we need to keep talking about. And I'll climb off my soapbox now and let Tony talk.
Actually,
thanks,
could I just respond to that very briefly, Dan? Sure. I fully agree. And that's what we need to do as leaders. But when you think of it from the perspective of early or mid-career researchers in the lab, somehow we need to give them cover and say, we've got you covered while we figure this out. It'll be one or the other.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tony?
Okay, so thank you very much, Dan. Yes, I'd like to come back to the point that I raised earlier. So when I was writing this magnificent report, which I recommend you all read, about AI for science, I looked at the National AI Initiative, of course, and I looked at how all the agencies had responded. And obviously, NSF is the lead agency for AI because they've been funding computer science AI for years, and that's what they've been doing with the academic community. And they have the lead role, whether we like it or not, that's what they've done. And they've set up 17 institutes involving many universities and many states. And that's a good thing, all right? That's great. But I look at what DOE had done at the time, and they had set up AITO, which was, AI and Technology Office. It's fine, but there was nothing really substantive that I could point to that was actually bringing lots of little small efforts on AI into a coherent program, which would address the sort of raise the the issue that Jack raised. He was on the committee too, and recognized that there needed to be a major long-term program, to pick up Valerie's point, in order that we didn't have a drain on the wonderful staff we have at the labs. And this is quite clear. So I do think that the Department of Energy does not, if you stack them up, doesn't look that it's got a coherent major AI program which is addressing some of the nation's needs. Okay, the report focused mainly on the, so why should DOE have a program? Why isn't it all NSF? Well, DOE has two unique advantages. The report focused mainly on the data generated by the unique facilities, the synchrotrons and neutron sources and so on, which are huge data sets coming in and from all sorts of areas. And that's a good thing. And that gives a unique angle for DOE to be involved in AI for extracting science and value from all the experiments being done at its facilities. But there is a second thing which we didn't emphasize, which I think is equal or as important, which is the fact that DOE is the place where you find the exascale computers and the high-end HPC systems. And one of my concerns, and it's really all Vince's problem, it's his fault really. In England, we have DeepMind. Google DeepMind have shown what you can do, and they have done some magnificent stuff. First of all, they've got the world's best Go player, and that's a nice thing to have, AlphaGo. But also they won, they really solved essentially a grand challenge in biosciences, the protein folding grand challenge, and that's now over. They've actually done predictions, they've made it open, available to everybody. They've really changed the needle in protein folding, and that's going to have huge impacts down the line for biosciences. That's one thing. The other thing they have, one of the major tools for material scientists, is density functional theory, and they've looked at density functional theory with their machine learning, deep learning techniques, and they've actually identified areas where you can improve it, that it's not actually accurate and so on. So that's another sort of tour de force that they've done. And the latest one that I saw was when they're looking at controlling fusion plasmas, and they've done something rather unique in that sense. And what concerns me is that academia couldn't emulate what they've done. They don't have the resources. They don't have access to the number of GPUs they need to do to train the systems. But NSF don't. But DOE does, and that was a uniqueness that we didn't bring out in our report, and I think we should have done, that actually DOE is unique for two reasons. It has these facilities, produces huge data, it has these great computer systems, and they are absolutely necessary for training if you want to compete with commercial research organizations. So I really do think that it is time that we recognize that there is a workforce problem, that these people need to have some security, and they are really valuable. They'd be picked up by industry very easily. Even Microsoft, now that I've left, actually now has an AI for science program. I call data intensive science the fourth paradigm. They're calling AI for science the fifth paradigm, whatever you want to call it. But I do think, therefore, there really is an opportunity for DOE, and now is the time. I mean, this report came out some years ago, and yes, we could do another report. Yes, we could do more, but actually there is an opportunity now to provide a long-term program and actually bid for it. And we can put things in place, give people some assurance that there's a future in working on AI and DOE labs. And I think this is vitally important. Enough.
Thanks, Tony. Martin, your hand is still up. Did you want to offer another comment?
Yeah, this is a different topic. I'm going to sort of move on a bit. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that Tony just said. I mean, and all the previous comments too, but I was going to sort of move along a little bit to the PCAST report that you provided as a link to, and say, actually, in some ways, that provides one of the opportunities for kind of moving forward in terms of the sort of comment about moving to zettascale computing, because it seems to me that there's definitely scope for moving, maybe not in one big step to zettascale computing, but certainly moving to machines of the order of 100 exaflops. The technology is in place. the sort of slow and expensive but continuing improvements in feature size reduction, vertical chips, and chiplets and so on mean that this is a reasonable goal to try and hit in the next few years. And that's the kind of thing that DOE perhaps ought to be thinking about in a strategic way in terms of providing the next generation of machines in a way that it's done so very, very well over the past 20 years or more. And that opportunity is something that should not be passed by, and it's something that we should take up and think about, because as I say, I think the technology is certainly there to do that. I wasn't sure about until about a year ago, but and now I do think it's there, and it provides an amazing opportunity for DOE to move forward in the future. I do think that that report itself is missing a few things, because I think it would be harder to put in place the kind of supply chain for the sort of improvements in semiconductor technology that's needed than perhaps anticipated, and also the continuing and increasing expense of sort of improvements in feature size reduction, so on, wasn't really reported on. But the zettascale computing and moving at least partially in that direction is something we should not miss out on.
Martin, Ed?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So I chime in on agreeing with everything I've heard so far. I particularly find myself cheerleading for both Tony and Jack, and throw in a plug for Tony's old book on particle physics, which I read as a graduate student. But anyway, I wanted to make just slightly different angle on the workforce development. So it's obviously important to retain the talent, and it's a critical national issue, and also to grow the talent. And I think one of the points maybe that you were making, Dan, was what's the compelling story? This is an all hands on deck, must build the nation's workforce, and probably DOE can't do it alone. It needs to work with NSF in a more coordinated way on this, because there's so much reach into the university space there. And if DOE has the labs with the leadership to sort of talk about sustaining the workforce, which NSF never knows how to do. As a former NCSA director, tear my hair out trying to figure out how to sustain workforce there, as Dan sees smiling, knows that very well. Exactly. So anyway, DOE can have impact on the NSF also by leading the way here and making showing how important this is. And then just the other point that I haven't really heard described yet is about the importance of EPSCoR. And I really focused on this a lot. There's a lot of the nation's sort of geography is in EPSCoR regions, and there's a digital divide that's growing and getting worse. And it's not only in Chips and Science calls out EPSCoR as something both NSF and DOE have got to grow, but it's politically very important, because our states like Wyoming and Idaho and so on, and Montana, have 2 senators each, and they don't necessarily understand this. So if there is more focus on EPSCoR regions, I think the political support potentially can come along with that. That requires cultivation, but that's just, please don't underestimate both of these points that we're all making about workforce development with EPSCoR maybe as a subset of that, and the importance of sustaining it all. And totally agree with what people are saying about AI for science and the DOE. I'll stop.
So thanks, Ed. I saw Barb nodding when you mentioned EPSCoR. Let me expand on that just a little bit, because the other thing that I've heard very clearly across the whole federal enterprise that looks at research is, let me just say it crassly, the people who vote on who gets money aren't all from the states that have high-powered research enterprises. And they rightly say, where's ours? That's the crass version of it. The more thoughtful version is talent is uniformly distributed across the geography, but opportunity is not. And so some of the process of building political support is, how do you empower the other regions of the country so they feel engaged and that they see a creative path line for their talent, as opposed to being truly a farm system where the best and brightest immediately leave and never come back. And so that perpetual brain drain has long-term effects on their regional economies. There are real social and political equity issues around that in a broad sense. And so that is another sort of political undercurrent that shapes a lot of these conversations. And we have to be aware about the ethical issues around that, but also the very practical political ones. And all right, now I'll get off my soapbox and go to Vint and then Roscoe.
So as I think about some of these problems, it occurs to me that even in the EPSCoR regions, for example, if there is adequate internet access infrastructure, and that's something that some of the recent bills are intended to deal with, for example, with $42 billion NTIA program, to the extent that the EPSCoR regions get good access to internet, then why don't we also think about cloud applications so that a university doesn't have to have its own in situ computing resources? Same argument could be made for DOE research. Let's move things that can be done in the cloud into the cloud while we use the exascale systems for things for which the cloud isn't capable of supporting. That does several things, not the least of which expands the total amount of computing capability that is available for DOE initiatives.
Roscoe? We can't hear you, Roscoe. You're still muted.
True. Sorry, I haven't talked in so long. I didn't even know how to remember to use the mute button. So a lot of obviously I agree very strongly with what has been said so far, and am particularly mindful of the fact that now that we're so close to the cliff, we can see the cliff, but I think we've been talking about that cliff, for the last 3 or 4 years, and about this situation with the workforce based, it appeared in the transition report. I'm mindful that the Oscar and DOE have done some work to acknowledge this and offset it and try to figure out what to do. But I think right now I'm worried that it will be a lot like what happened with exascale, that it took us from 2010 to 2017 to go what we hoped would be a short step, and that the time scale is quite urgent right now to find ways to sustain the workforce and to build it. So I unfortunately I don't have an answer, though I do want to perhaps second something Vint just mentioned, which is he was talking about the cloud and distributed resources, and I think also people's patterns of work because of COVID and remote work have also altered. And so it may be that there's some opportunities for broader collaboration with universities, with industry, so that we don't, lose, that people who are drifting into something else don't get completely disconnected from what we're doing. So I just wanted to throw that one thought out there. Unfortunately, I don't have a solution except to jump up and down and say it's really urgent.
Thanks, Roscoe. Other thoughts or comments? Look, this is a comment. Yes, Martin.
Yeah, I think the cloud issue, the cloud issue is interesting because people keep looking at the cloud, and I talk to people who use the cloud a lot, and one of the issues with the cloud is just its expense, and it's not an inexpensive way to do your computing for some things. I mean, it cuts down on capital costs, but you sure as anything are going to have to pay somewhere. And I've talked to people who do AI research and saying, well, I said, well, are you running this on the GPUs in the cloud? Oh no, we can't afford that. And this is from quite big companies and so on. So there are some issues there that also need to be addressed.
Thanks, Martin. Jim, and then Todd.
Yeah, I think I wanted to just voice an opinion. There was a lot of agreement. I do agree with Tony that our challenges are going to be HPC integrated with data analytics and deep learning. But I'm going to say I disagree with the PCAST report and recommendation that we charge on to Zetascale. While I have no doubt that Jack's LINPAC will certainly be instrumental in driving progress in that direction. I think the search for flops is something we should defer, and instead we should be focusing our computer science and applied math and R&D efforts towards more complex workflows, and that's going to be the challenge for the future. It's going to require different benchmarks, different metrics to drive progress. So I just wanted to voice that opinion for the committee.
Thanks, Jim. Todd.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to comment, but I wanted to go back to the ECP and workforce thread just a little bit and tie it in with the cloud. We've had a lot of external impact as a result of the momentum we've gotten behind software projects under ECP. And it takes a very, very long time to staff those projects and to build community faith in their longevity. And I think, you know, that ultimately benefits DOE because we get spin-in contributions from the external community. So for example, my project is sustained largely by external contributions outside of DOE. And we benefit tremendously from that. But if we, you know, if the community loses faith in those projects because they don't have maintenance and sustainability and community outreach, then we're unable to maintain efforts like this. I mean, it takes a lot of internal effort to engage the external people and get that kind of contribution. And, you know, I think that ultimately limits our possibilities for external impact. So I think there's a lot at risk here, not just the internal workforce, but also just the potential for growth and the community impact of the projects.
Thanks, Todd. I'm going to go to John and then Martin, I'll come back to you. John? You're muted, John.
I wanted to return one more time to the issue of artificial intelligence and Tony's report and so forth. There's a program at MIT, Institute for Artificial Intelligence and Fundamental Interactions, which has taken the fields of nuclear physics, theory and experiment, particle physics, theory and experiment, and built that into an extremely efficient, effective operation. So it's a really great example of what can happen with that kind of a program. Reinforce the idea of thinking yet once again what we could do to make a stronger program in that field.
Thanks, John. Martin?
I'm just going to gently push back on Jim and say, in one level, I agree with you because, you know, running LINPACK at Zettascale is not interesting. But the new technologies I was talking about, things like chiplet architectures and also vertical stacking, make it possible to move data in a much more interesting way, to process data and make more general applications much more able to perform much better. And in the same way, the specialization that's possible in terms of sort of, you know, more specific components for certain things also makes it possible for us to focus on a much broader set of applications. So I agree about the broader applications, but I think if you look closely at the technology, you'll see that it makes possible that, and not just a LINPACK machine at Zettascale. There's certainly potential there for doing that. And I wouldn't suggest just building a LINPACK machine at Zettascale. I fiercely advocate broader applications and being able to run applications that have much higher data rates than even the GPUs that we have today. And I wouldn't be saying what I said if I didn't think the new technology doesn't make that possible, but I believe it does, which is why I was proposing that. I wasn't just suggesting, you know, let's build another, you know, a big LINPACK machine. I was suggesting a shift to much broader applications running at these scales, because I think the technology does now make that possible.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Dick Hamming's old aphorism that the purpose of computing is insight, not numbers. Vivek.
Let's see. So since cloud has been mentioned a few times, I thought I'd offer my opinion that cloud, in my opinion, is still like in version 1.0. It's in its infancy. We had a workshop and a report organized by this new committee that we have in CRA called CRA Industry. And that report, you know, looked on best practices in using the cloud for computing research. And what we realized is there's a lot that needs to be done to extend cloud computing in the future. I mean, I think this is obvious, but still, hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, the geospatial distribution, connecting cloud with the edge. And at the same time, the benefit that was alluded to earlier about increasing access. So I have a concern that we might kind of view cloud as an either or thing, given what we do with leadership compute facilities, but actually the cloud is a long way to go. And I believe the OSCA community can contribute a lot over there to address its future evolution.
John, your hand is still up. Did you have another comment? John? Can't hear you, sorry.
Good. No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, I didn't want to overlook you. Todd, your hand's up again.
Oh, yeah, on the cloud point, we've seen adoption of some of our technologies by cloud providers. And I think that's actually been really good, and that has come from their ability to have faith in the projects because they've had a strong effort behind them under ECP. So for example, like the Amazon has adopted SPAC as their way of deploying software for their clusters. And so I think we really have an opportunity to lead, at least in the cloud HPC space, because we are leaders there. And they see that. And if there are things, I think software projects are particularly helpful in that regard, because they are things that the cloud providers can rely on as long as we maintain their faith in the projects. So, I think that's one place where we have a really big opportunity to lead, is if we can build enough community momentum around a project for a cloud provider to pay attention to it.
Thanks, Todd. I'm looking at the time and we're about to exhaust our period here. Anyone else want to offer a comment? Barb, I fear you would like to get in a word here at some point.
Yeah. And I've heard everything you've said, and I've, of course, as Roscoe knows, I've heard, and other people that have reviewed ECP, I've heard this part about what happens after ECP since day one. And I don't want anybody to go away thinking that we don't hear you and we aren't very strong supporters. I can tell you that within the department, I am probably the largest cheerleader for software sustainability that there is. And it's just that at this point, unfortunately, I have to compete with Earthshots and net zero carbonization or net zero use. But and it's not just and I can say it's not just within the department. When I brief OMB, when I brief the Hill, they hear the same story. But again, I go back to, the way we got ECP wasn't just that, if people go back and remember, Congress told the department many times to do ECP before we had the National Strategic Computing Initiative. And it was because people besides the department were going to Congress and the Hill telling them we need ECP. So I can't do it alone, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm with you with the workforce because we're losing our people right and left. And I go back to the point that it's because industry and other places can hire them and they can stay where they are. They can work remotely. And I would say that my facilities have lost a lot of people, and it's really tough trying to replace them. And I think that's an important thing going on or to go forward with, because at the leadership computing facilities, at NERSC, at ESNet, we've built a cadre of people that there's no other people like them in, except at the NNSA lab. So that know how to do large scale computing, know how to make these big facilities work and scale them up to thousands of nodes and processors. And we're losing that expertise. And that's something that this country cannot afford to lose. So I just want, just to say, I've heard everything you say. I agree with all of it, and I'm doing what I can.
And we know you are, and we appreciate that. I'll just remind folks, remember that CHIPS and Science didn't exactly pass on party line vote, but it was pretty close to that. So you need to think about what will engage a broad cross-section of the political spectrum to support this future, because that's the key to success. And I'll go back and remind people that's part of why the geography of innovation, and that's one of the phrases used to describe this, is practically and politically important. But the other one we got to remember is that the US tends to be a crisis-driven country, and I doubt most people in this country thought about domestic chip production until they couldn't buy a car. So there are real issues there about relating what this means to people across the country, and that means we have to, I think, in my judgment, not just think about the cool science, as important as that is, but think about what it means for the residents of the country. And Tony and Barb, and maybe after this, we should go on to the ECP update.
Okay, just a quick comment. I talked about AI for science from the report, but I think it needs to be broader than that. I think it could be AI for science and engineering. And I think you need to address some of the concerns of the Biden administration about climate change and energy, and that could easily be put in. And I think that would be a program that could have wide appeal both within DOE and NNSA, and also with the members of Congress, I hope.
Yeah, and two things, and then I'm done, Dan. To Tony's point, there's money in Oscar's budget in 23 for the Earthshots, and working on these Earthshots energy research centers in partnership with BER and BES and in collaboration with the applied programs. And I hear what you're saying, because AI, machine learning, and building digital twins is exactly what one of the things that we're proposing to do. And I think I had something else, but of course I've forgotten what it was. So I will. Oh, I know. The important thing, and I'm going to point to Jack at this. Jack's subcommittee is going to really help a lot of this, because it's going to measure what Oscar's investing in and what we've done against the international community. So I'm hopeful, that I was just going to say that I think that will help.
All right, thanks, Barb. Gil, I'm going to give you a quick last word, and then we'll move on to Lori.
Yeah, I actually wanted to build on something that you had said. We really need to have the public support. It's got to be bipartisan. It's got to be across the entire country. And I think there are elements of what we heard in our talk from General Motors, is that kind of a story we need to tell, that there is nothing in the United States we would have today without computational simulation. I mean, every engineer is now a computer scientist, because you can't design anything without computing. And I think if there are a number of stories at Sandia years ago, our General Tire and Rubber story, we took credit for saving the company. Whether or not that was true, I don't know. But we do know that we greatly enhanced their ability to succeed as a company. But somehow getting our manufacturing community to preach the value of computing, to manufacturing, I think is an important element.
Thanks, Gil. Completely agree. All right, thanks for this lively discussion. It's exactly what I hoped would happen, a chance for people to talk about what are these complex interdependent issues. And so with that, Lori, I'm going to hand the floor over to you for the ECP update.
Great, thank you. And I want to echo my appreciation for the lively conversation, as Dan just said, and also for the support for what we have been working on in ECP and going forward. So the way we've organized the update for this morning's talk is I'm going to give a very brief update on some high-level activities that we've been doing on behalf of the entire project. And then I'm going to turn it over to Bill Hart, who is on the leadership team for application development. And in particular, he is responsible for the portfolio in data analytics and optimization. And I think that his portfolio cross-cuts with several of the other talks that are happening at this ASCAC meeting. And so we thought it was a good one to highlight the progress and accomplishments for that portfolio this time around. So next slide, please. So I think the most exciting news that we have to share this time is that we have successfully run 2 of our challenge problems on Frontier. So as this committee knows, Frontier is still in acceptance, but we were able to take advantage of an opportunity, a short window of opportunity, to take 2 of our teams that were most ready to run and who were also maybe very hardy and understand what the parameters are for a machine that's still in acceptance, and gave them a chance to try out their challenge problem at scale. So the 2 teams that got on earlier this summer were the Warp-X team, which is focused on accelerator physics, and the ASCAC team, which is focused on cosmology. So for Warp-X, their science challenge problem is really about running and modeling the next generation of accelerator technologies. And so they would like to be able to do the first 3D simulation of a chain of tens of plasma of accelerator stages for these accelerators. They're using a combination of technologies, including particle and cell, dynamic Maxwell equation solvers. They're using block structured AMR from the co-design centers within ECP, in particular the Amarex Center. So they've got a number of different physics and technologies that they have incorporated into their code in order to run their challenge problem. What they achieved earlier this summer is what we are calling our figure of merit runs. So these are both what we call KPP1 applications, so key performance parameter 1, which means they already had large scale applications that could run at the beginning of ECP back in 2016. And their goal for success within ECP is to develop a lot of new physics capabilities, but also to run at least 50 times faster than they were able to run at the beginning of ECP. So the teams were required to do benchmarking simulations back in 2016 and 2017. The Warp-X team used the NERSC Edison system for that benchmarking. And what they did for their FOM run was basically a demonstration that, one, they could do all of the physics that they set out to accomplish for ECP, and it performed at that higher rate. So they performed 1,000 steps of the plasma acceleration stage that was already pre-filled with plasma. And so it's not the full-scale science run that they eventually plan to do, but rather a demonstration of capability. And one of the things that we saw, they were able to run on about 76 nodes of Frontier, and they saw a performance of improvement of over 500x. So that's 10 times better than they had hoped to achieve when we set out with the beginning of ECP relative to their baseline. ASCAC is the cosmology code that's developed at Argonne National Lab. They're really looking to enable simulations that allow them to extract more science from the cosmological surveys that are happening around the world. For their figure of merit run, they did a gravity only and a hydro simulation using the HAC code. And they did this at the scale of galaxies and included, again, a lot of good physics, new physics, and new capabilities that have been developed through ECP. They were able to run their code on 8192 Frontier nodes. So again, the full scale of Frontier is about 9,400 nodes. So these are very close to, above 85% of the system. And they were able to achieve a factor of improvement in their figure of merit run of 230 times. So again, significantly exceeding the goals that we had for the projects for performance. And so 2 very early success stories for us on Frontier. And next slide, please. We are eagerly awaiting access for the rest of our teams. In some cases, I feel like we're the kids in the back of the car saying, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? So I'm sure that the folks at OLCF are getting, they get a lot of requests for teams to get access to Frontier. We are expecting our access in late October of 2022. And I think we have a large number of teams that are basically ready to go for large scale runs and many more who are ready for medium scale runs. So you can see in the chart at the bottom of the graphic, the team's readiness to get onto the Aurora test and development system, which is also expected at the end of October, early November, which is 2 racks of the final Aurora hardware. Where they are now in terms of their readiness on the Frontier test and development system. And then we now have added a column of whether or not they have run on Frontier. And so you see that we do have a number of teams, including the Lattice QCD team, the Candle team, XSMR, et cetera, who are ready to go. And if we do get another short window of opportunity to run on Frontier during acceptance throughout this month, we will take advantage of that and put a couple of these teams on the system. I will say that the support that we have had from the OLCF has been outstanding. We've had a lot of access to the test and development system Crusher that has been devoted to the ECP. Teams have used over 150,000 node hours for this, and we've taken hackathons, vendor office hours, user support, so taken lots of an advantage of that. Next slide, please. Also wanted to highlight the success that we've had around the Broadening Participation Initiative. There's been a lot of discussion around workforce at the meeting so far today. And one of the things that we've invested in over the last year is an initiative to really expand the pipeline coming into the high performance computing community. And I want to give a shout out to both Dan Martin at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab and Lois McInnes at Argonne National Lab, who have really been leading the charge on this. We've been partnering with Marianne Leung at Sustainable Horizons Institute, and the first cohort, which was funded for the summer of 2022, just completed. We had over 60 participants with both faculty and student, and over 82% of them had at least one dimension of diversity. So either gender or race, or maybe they're a first generation college student, some dimension of diversity. We had mentors and hosts coming from both ECP and the facilities, and we had matches at all 9 of our partnering laboratories. So one of the things that we'll be doing to bring this group even further into the ECP community is that we are inviting all of them to the ECP annual meeting and asking them to present posters so that we can get to know them and they can get to know us, and hopefully trigger in them a desire for a career within the DOE laboratory. This was so successful that we are funding a second cohort for next summer. The kickoff meeting was yesterday, and we're planning our matching workshop for the middle of January. So next slide, please. This was mentioned earlier. We have been very active in our outreach efforts. A lot of the outreach has focused around conversations for using E4S or what E4S is capable of. I'm highlighting 4 different agency interactions that we've had, particularly over the last couple of months, with more planned in the future. So with NOAA, well, for each of our agencies, we've been planning technical deep dive meetings to really understand what they're most interested in learning from ECP or using in the ECP technology space. We had our first of these with NOAA on July 20th, and it was a very successful meeting. So we identified many different topics of possible collaboration moving forward. There was lots of discussion of lessons learned that we've had in terms of performance. How do we run on GPUs? What are we doing with Fortran? So lots of things that were very important to NOAA that we've had experience with, we were able to share with them as part of that meeting. As a result, NOAA has been experimenting with the SPAC build caches. SPAC was just brought up in the last conversation. And this is an example of outreach beyond DOE that's very successful. They've used it to significantly reduce the compile time for their codes. And also, related to the last conversation, they're using E4S, which has been containerized and put out on the cloud to build their AM4 code for the very first time out on the cloud. So this is something that they're very excited about, gives them sort of more reach. And so we want to continue this collaboration potentially post ECP, and we've been working on a white paper with the leadership at NOAA that we will be bringing back to Oscar, to Christine Chalk in particular, for consideration and maybe trying to sell that up the chain. We've also been working a lot with NSF. So Samir Shendi and my crew are very involved with NSF. They are planning an exascale system. They're extremely interested in the E4S software stack. We've had joint workshops with them on this in the past. We're planning that in the future. They're exploring the deployment of E4S on their commodity clusters. And in fact, John West at Tech has reached out to us and was really interested in lessons learned, even on the lessons about project management. So as they're moving forward with their large system, what could he learn, or what could they learn about how we managed our portfolios of applications and our software technologies? So that's been a really exciting collaboration that's been ongoing and continues to develop. In fact, we're inviting them to give a plenary panel at the ECP annual meeting in January to continue this conversation. With NASA and DoD, again, lots of ongoing conversations. Both are interested in E4S. In fact, DoD is planning a deployment and evaluation on their Narwhal system, which is their large HPC system for the Navy. We're planning our technical deep dive conversations with both of these agencies in the next couple of months, we hope. In addition to these individual interactions, all the agencies that we have on our Industry and Agency Council are invited to cross-cut workshops on cloud computing in the exascale world and what does that mean, and Fortran workshops, which are planned for October and November respectively. So NIH was mentioned earlier. Susan, we do have a lot of conversations with NIH. I know you were at the annual meeting last year and gave a presentation, and of course, Bill Hart, later this presentation, we'll be talking about the Candle application and the progress there, which is a joint project with NIH. So next slide, please. And then we have been working very actively to help drive conversations around post-ECP sustainability. So in all three of our technical areas, we've been doing lots of different activities. So when we're engaging with our stakeholders on the application development side, we've developed a set of summary slides that talk a little bit about the ECP team and funding, the major milestones they've hit, the challenge problems that they're intending to solve, what their ECP funding picture looks like, what they've secured, what's pending, where there are gaps, and what kind of opportunities are available going forward. So we've developed one of these for each one of our projects. And again, we're sharing those with the stakeholder offices as we interact with them. We continue to have interactions with those stakeholder offices. In fact, just earlier this week, we met with the Wind Energy Technology Office and talked about what their plans were going forward with offshore wind, and briefed them on our ExaWind project, and talking about, what's the role of applications in a software technologies sustainability effort. We've found really that the integration of applications with software technologies has been really critical for giving ST real targets of opportunity where they can grow their technologies, and also really creating much stronger partnerships with the application teams that have accelerated their progress, particularly in the context of the systems that we have today, the software stacks, et cetera. For ST and hardware integration, we have engaged in monthly meetings with the OSCAR task force that's led by Hal, that Barb mentioned earlier. We have a team response into the RFI. I can imagine, and I believe we are planning to respond to the open call that Jaren mentioned earlier today. And then also developing these product summary slides, very similar to the AD slides that I just described, to share with OSCAR and other stakeholders. So finally, on hardware and integration, several of their activities are very well integrated into ST, things like the continuous integration, some of the work around SPAC, software deployment. And we're also having very active discussions with the facilities about the staff we are funding within ECP who are stationed at the facilities, in particular, our application integration staff, for what post-ECP might look like for them. So next slide, please. And so this is my final slide before handing it off to Bill, just saying, it's a very exciting time. We are getting ready, and we are ready to execute on our challenge problems and our integration goals. We are engaging stakeholders on the new capabilities that we've been developing, and the industry and other agencies on our outreach and lessons learned to broaden the community that's really ready to take advantage of exascale computers. So this is our calendar of events. I think anybody on the ASCAC who would like to attend the annual meeting, which is coming up in mid-January, you're more than welcome to attend, and just let us know. And with that, next slide, I will turn it over to Bill, who will talk a little bit about our portfolio and data analytics and optimization.
All right, thanks, Lori. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Next slide. So as Lori mentioned, I'm going to talk about the data analytics portfolio. These are all projects in the ECP that have a focus on either data science or optimization methods. And there's a deep research tie between those two topics, so it kind of made sense to lump them together. Another reason to lump these projects together is that these are all relatively high-risk projects, because they're all things that haven't had deep long-term investment within the HPC community, within DOE before. And so there's a lot of commonalities in terms of the risk management. So my goal today is to kind of give you a quick review of each of the slides, each of the projects, talk about their current status relative to KPPs, and highlight accomplishments or key challenges that we've overcome working with these projects. Before I do that, I wanted to follow up on the perspective that Lori shared about KPP 1 versus 2. All of these projects, as I said, are relatively new investments, but Candle is distinct in that it's a KPP 1 project, meaning that it has a performance goal. All of the other projects have kind of a combined performance and science goal. And the reason for that is that Candle can leverage a lot of investment that is ongoing within industry. And so they're able to kind of, get a jump start relative to the other projects in this area. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about Candle first. Next slide. So Candle involves a partnership between Department of Energy and NIH, as Lori mentioned. The goal here is to develop an exascale deep learning environment and demonstrate innovative machine learning techniques on cancer research applications. The project was originally organized around 3 cancer applications that are illustrated in the figure in the upper left. The RAS pathway analysis was deemed not mature enough for their final demonstrations, and so currently Candle's performance goals are going to be assessed vis-a-vis the drug response and the treatment strategy applications. One thing that I want to emphasize here is that the Candle team is working very closely with many vendors, and one of the enduring legacies of this team is going to be their efforts to improve the performance of AI machine learning frameworks that are going to have big impacts even outside of Candle itself. Next slide. So Candle is developing a full stack of machine learning capabilities. This includes workflow management, high-level scripting tools, performant numerical modeling environments for machine learning, and then kind of low-level parallel numerical optimization techniques. One of the key impacts of having that full stack approach is that it allows Candle to have much more expansive impact. For example, this full stack has enabled Candle to develop innovative techniques for complex analytic workflows like uncertainty quantification that provide deep insights into the robust application of machine learning techniques. As I mentioned before, this full stack strongly leverages ongoing investments in frameworks like TensorFlow and PyTorch, and that's really had a big impact on Candle's ability to adopt this strategy. Next. Additionally, Candle is demonstrating through its application, the applications that are used for its performance demonstration, that it can be effectively applied on a very wide range of different machine learning architectures. Again, this diversity really positions Candle well for providing scalable solutions for future DOE applications. Next. So the Candle figure of merit for assessing its scalability is the models trained per hour. This is the number of machine learning models that are being trained per hour. Using each of these cancer applications separately, drug response and treatment strategies, and then averaging the figure of merit together. The Candle KPP measures the figure of merit relative to the baseline calculations in exactly the same way that Lori described a second ago. I think that Candle did their initial baselining on Titan, and the KPP projections are scaled up to the expected resources for Frontier and Aurora. The figures here show the evolution of Candle's FOM and KPP over time, and the lower right-hand corner figure shows the projections of the KPP relative to the 50x target. And it's pretty clear that Candle is really well positioned to meet the performance objective that we have with an ECP. Next slide. I do want to emphasize, though, that that's not a for sure thing. We're not treating Candle as done because we haven't really done the demonstrations on Frontier. These are pre-exascale computations. However, Candle is actively doing the work to test the software on the test beds for Frontier, and it's ready to go as soon as we have access. So I project that the team will either do a demonstration in Q1 or for sure in Q2. So Candle is one of the largest projects in ECP, and there's a lot going on here. As I said, I'm just going to be covering this and the other projects briefly. So I'm going to move on to the other projects, but I am going to come back at the end and talk about kind of the scope of the other work that all the projects are doing that I haven't covered. Next slide. So next I'm going to talk about XFL. XFL is developing scalable capabilities that can analyze data from extreme light sources, and it's motivated by the large anticipated data rate increases for LCLS2. The challenge problem for XFL is molecular structure determination via X-ray crystallography, and the project includes stretch goals for both single particle imaging, which is a structure determination approach that does not rely on crystal structures, and on real-time management of end-to-end workflows that would stream data from facilities and enable real-time or near real-time analysis. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, XFL and the following projects are KPP2 projects. That means they're focused both on runtime performance as well as scientific innovations. And the XFL team really is embracing this by not just scaling existing methods on exascale platforms, but looking at innovative ways to improve the numerical methods and the types of questions that they're asking as part of their work. About half of the ECP applications will be evaluated in this manner. And one of the things that I just want to emphasize that this reflects is the lack of maturity of the capabilities coming into ECP, which preclude our ability to do early benchmarking of the codes for these applications. Next slide. So the XFL challenge problem focuses on crystallography. The goal for XFL is to enable near real-time structure prediction that enables an analyst to get time domain, if you will, movies of enzymatic reactions. The fundamental computational challenge is a parameter estimation problem where you're predicting the structural parameters of the molecules you're trying to predict the structure for from diffraction data generated by the light sources. Numerically, the method involves classic continuous optimization techniques, LBFGS, if that means anything to you, but it's a very kind of classic approach. The parallelization strategy that will be exploited using GPUs involves data parallel compute kernels to compute the error measures and to compute the gradients needed for optimization. Next. So the XFL KPP demonstration will illustrate the overall scalability of this approach on a large diffraction data set. The team is currently porting their core parallel kernel using the Cocos performance portability library. And we grade the team is very likely to succeed in their final KPP demonstration The demonstration is scheduled for late in FY23. That's relates to the fact that they're planning to do a data collect next spring, and they want to do the demonstration with the data from that collection to provide the best scientific predictions. Next slide. The XFL team, one of the key strategies of the team is to integrate the capabilities I just described into the CCTBX computational crystallography toolbox. And one of the things I want to highlight is that it has catalyzed new science impacts. So CCTBX includes, for example, new data merging capabilities that can quickly analyze large data sets. And just recently, the team has leveraged this capability in 2 different science impacts that were reported in Nature and Nature Communications. The first involves a demonstration of the use of XFEL data for small molecule analysis, whereas they typically do large protein molecule analysis, which has big implications for possibly using these capabilities for material science design kind of applications. And then secondly, they've used this capability to better understand enzyme mechanisms for photosynthesis involving water, where they could actually discriminate different possible pathways based on the data that they see. Next slide. And then finally, I wanted to highlight that XFL's focus on data analysis from experimental facilities is one of the real distinguishing features of this project. And I believe that the challenges that the projects are addressing will have broad application and utility for similar facility-centric data analysis efforts. And in particular, the team has an explicit focus through one of its stretch goals in resource coordination, because they want to be able to enable real-time or near real-time data analytics. These facilities are super expensive to operate, and by enabling near real-time analysis, the goal is to allow researchers to gain insight into their experiments while they are running to redirect them or reconsider what exactly they're working on. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to talk now about the EXA-SGD project. This is focusing on scalable methods for national scale models of electric power grids that can robustly account for potential failures and for sources of variable power generation like solar and wind. So their challenge problem is what's called security constrained optimal power flow. Here, security constrained means that you're accounting for those failures and those variabilities. And this problem is particularly challenging because of nonlinearities in the physics and because of the large number of the forecasted failures and variable scenarios that they need to account for. So the stretch goals for EXA-SGD generalize this core problem to consider multi-period analysis and to consider the management of frequency dynamics in the nonlinear physics to avoid cascading failures. Next slide. So the challenge problem for EXA-SGD involves the solution of a large-scale nonlinear optimization problem. The team has developed an efficient decomposition strategy that involves distributing the solution of a large number of small problems that are per contingency. Let me put small in quotes because they're still big enough to fill up one of the GPUs on one of the target platforms. And then they take the results of all those subcomputations and integrate them together in a top-level problem, which is executed on a CPU. It's notable that this builds upon a technique that the team successfully demonstrated in a recent ARPA-E grid competition. Next slide. So vis-a-vis their KPP demonstration, their goal is to illustrate the overall scalability of their algorithm on a 10,000 bus model of the US Western Interconnect with about 100,000 contingency scenarios representing different failures. The team is currently porting their software. I've been getting emails all morning during the meeting telling me that they have kind of resolved some of their outstanding issues, and they basically feel like they're ready to go whenever Frontier is available. The code base is pretty complex, so we only grade them as being likely to succeed. Maybe it'll be very likely after the emails I got today. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it as likely for now. So one thing I want to highlight about this project is that they've been doing scaling studies on Summit, and these have confirmed that their general approach is reasonable and appropriate, but they've also identified a key scalability challenge that arises in national scale problems. Next slide. So the key issues is that the nonlinear optimization techniques that the team's relying on typically use linear solvers that are suited for symmetric, indefinite, sparse, ill-conditioned systems. So it's not your run-of-the-mill linear solver. It's one that's fairly tailored for this particular use case. And unfortunately, GPU-accelerated linear solvers of this nature are not currently available on the target systems. So the team explored the use of densification strategies for power grid models that allow them to use the fast, dense linear algebra kernels that are available. And what they demonstrated last fiscal year was that, well, no, 2 fiscal years ago, about a year ago, is that although that works, these strategies make the numerical problem larger. And when looking at large scale scaling studies, they predicted that they would not be able to solve the national scale problems with this approach. Next slide. So as a consequence, they proposed and the ECP leadership approved a new investment for this team, which basically is a new stretch goal to develop sparse linear solvers suitable for this application. So this is a partnership with academic researchers and industry to develop these new techniques. And the early results are very promising. They've identified parallelization strategies that actually give speed up. By contrast, the methods that they were looking at last year were strictly slower on GPUs relative to CPUs. So this is actually, they're making really good progress. Next slide. And the last thing I want to emphasize about the GRID project is that it also has this kind of full stack kind of approach, going all the way from application formulations to very low level numerical methods. I think this is also a very distinguishing aspect of this project that will influence the application of solution of other large scale numerical optimization applications on exascale platforms. Next slide. And then finally, I'm going to talk about the Exabiome project. This is focused on metagenomics to answer questions about microbial communities. For example, if you have a scoop of dirt, these methods can help you assess the impact of a recent wildfire on the microbial community in that scoop of dirt. So the team's challenge problem is metagenomic assembly, which forms the basis for a diverse range of metagenomic analysis tools, which are kind of illustrated here. Next slide. Metagenomic assembly involves the iterative assembly of longer and longer DNA sequences from raw DNA reads, which are often relatively short to minimize errors. This is fundamentally a discrete algorithm approach that requires methods like alignment and k-more and distributed hashing. And this is one of the things that really distinguishes Exabiome from other projects in ECP. The algorithmic nature of this domain is really quite different. And as a consequence, this is a very valuable application because it's going to stress our exascale platforms in qualitatively different ways. Another additional challenge illustrated here, is that the performance breakdown can vary significantly depending on the nature of the computation, the data, and the parallelization approach. Next slide. So the Exabiome KPP demonstration is going to do a large-scale metagenomic assembly. Their goal is a 50 terabyte data set demonstration with the ultimate goal of generating assembly for the 84 terabyte TeraOceans data. The team is currently porting their software and assessing scalability. In particular, one of the key challenges this team has is that they're adapting some of the CUDA kernels to deal with intrinsics that are specific to NVIDIA. So the team is working with a fairly complex code that's still maturing, and so we grade it as likely to succeed in their final demonstration. So next slide. So one of the things that's worth highlighting about this project is that it's already had pretty significant scientific impact. As it's been doing its demonstrations of its early parallelization for the metagenomics tool, MetaHipmer. It's consistently been doing the largest ever metagenomic assemblies in the literature, which I think is fantastic. Additionally, their analysis of the quality of these results have demonstrated that co-assembly of large data sets on high-performance computers kind of all at once generates better quality predictions than multi-assembly approaches that break down these large data sets, analyze them separately, and then aggregate them together. And I think that's a pretty powerful argument for the need for big data and big compute. So this, next slide. So this work has been in collaboration with a variety of folks at the Joint Genome Institute. MetaHipmer has been critical to a variety of metagenomic analyses at JGI, which are summarized on this slide. The largest of these is an 8 terabyte data set led by Jennifer Pett-Ridge at Livermore, which took several years to develop. And I think that's one thing I really wanted to highlight here is that these types of partnerships have been critical to the scientific impact that the Exabiome team has had, in part because the data sets require so much effort to curate. Next slide. So Exabiome has developed a variety of tools that have been released to the research community. And I just want to highlight here that the impact of this research has been acknowledged by the HPC community, most recently by the Gordon Bell Committee. And I'll talk about that in just a second. So next slide. So I wanted to end with just a few slides that kind of provide some perspective on the portfolio and kind of where the portfolio is at. So one thing I want to emphasize is that I really just touched on kind of the core challenge problems for each of these. I left out a lot of important work that the team is doing. I'll just mention here that the protein clustering work that the Exabiome team is doing was nominated for Gordon Bell. This work is synergistic with the metagenomics assembly work, meaning that it's relying on kind of the same discrete algorithmic fundamentals, but it requires a very different scaling and parallelization approach. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, really all these projects are ready and likely to meet their KPP objectives on Frontier. Kendall is already really well positioned for a KPP demonstration on Aurora. I think Exabiome and XFL are also good candidates for FY24 investments, but it's clear that further investment will be needed for them to do a demonstration on Aurora in the next 2 years. The ExaG team it's possible that it would work. It would require parallelization of this Ginkgo sparse linear solver work. It's unclear whether that's reasonable and appropriate in terms of short-term planning. For post-ECP, Candle clearly has a strong plan working with Oscar and NIH. The funding plans for the other teams are a lot less clear. And so the teams are kind of working on those plans right now. So as I mentioned before, next slide. As I mentioned before, these projects are pretty different from others within ECP. And so one of the things I've done is kind of reflect on lessons learned here. One key lesson learned is that the methods used for performability portability abstractions that are commonly used in other parts of ECP also add a lot of value to these types of applications. So even though these are different in many different ways, being data-centric and all, performance portability abstractions are still a very valuable tool. By contrast, about half of these projects had real challenges developing GPU kernels that could effectively scale. And I think that we need to recognize that new application spaces that we might see significant risks regarding this dimension of parallelization. Another key thing that's a bit of a red flag is that most of these applications have critical dependencies on codes that are shared with few of the other ECP applications. And so these kind of unique dependencies. So for example, Exabiome has unique dependencies on UPC++ and the data sharing mechanism supported by the Pagoda project. So that creates a single point of failure that is a challenge when kind of thinking about long-term research plans. So it's perhaps not surprising that data management and movement was a bottleneck for all of these codes. So that kind of is a confirmation that these really are, that is a defining feature of this particular class of applications. And then finally, I'll mention that a number of my teams have emphasized that continuous integration capabilities were super important to them. There's a lot of new capability being developed here and evolved fairly quickly, and continuous integration really helped catalyze the development of new capabilities in a robust way. So finally, I wanted to compare the projects in the last slide. I spoke about these in a particular order because to facilitate this comparison. So if you think about Candle versus XFL, they're both solving continuous unconstrained parameter estimation problems. But Candle was able to leverage significant prior investments in AI and ML tools, and it really shows. The methods being developed by XFL are far less mature. Similarly, comparing XFL and XSGD, we have a clear difference between continuous unconstrained in XFL and constrained in XSGD. And as we saw, constrained methods require new classes of sparse linear solvers, which frankly weren't really anticipated when the team began. And that significantly inhibited the development of the work on that project. And then finally, XFL, as I mentioned, is a bit different in that it has a discrete algorithms focus. Comparing the MetaHipmer project for sequence assembly and HipMCL, which is the protein clustering work, you really see the impact of the unique challenges of doing parallelization of discrete algorithms. The sequence assembly, for example, required custom GPU kernels for doing assembly on the GPU, which the team really hadn't anticipated before coming into the project. By contrast, HipMCL was able to formulate the clustering, key kernels of the clustering problem in the context of matrix algebra, and thereby leverage widely understood techniques in that domain. And that was really key to their Gordon Bell submission this year. So with that, I will take any questions. All right.
Thanks very much. Questions for either of our speakers? Susan and Martin.
Not necessarily a question, just a comment to congratulate DOE and the work on the exascale, and particularly the terabyte plus metagenomic assembly that you've done. This is significant algorithmic development as well as deployment for the community, not just for the energy and the environment community, but for the scientific community writ large. So I look forward to hearing more about it in Supercomputing 22 and here at ASCAC and beyond. And wanted to just lend my note of congratulations on the excellent work that you've done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know on behalf of the team, thank you.
Martin?
Yeah, great work. I mean, I would just like to echo this comment about the projects that have challenges in developing GPU kernels, because, that's why you have to think much more about making, I mean, the thing that makes the GPUs win is the sort of the bus speeds from memory to execution. And that means you can beat CPU performance at the moment because of that. But, looking to the future, that kind of lesson has to be brought into future benchmarks. And, and that's when I talked earlier about vertical stacking, that makes it possible to think maybe about having much better data access rates in terms of data execution, and makes it possible to think about broader applications classes in the way that you've so nicely identified with the challenges that you met with some of these projects. But, great work overall, fantastic achievement.
David.
Okay, so I'm supposedly retired and don't remember how to work all the buttons here, but that was a great talk, and I wanted to particularly comment on Lori's mention of ECP leadership helping to drive conversations about post-ECP sustainability. I think this is really, really important thing, and there's elements of this obviously that relate to the lunchtime conversation just before. My question, and I'm kind of surprised that one of the ASCAC members didn't ask it, is So do you have a plan and a timeline to drive these conversations to conclusions that might lead to or create opportunities for follow-up activities and or funding beyond ECP? That's obviously a question in a lot of people's minds, particularly staff at the laboratories.
So as you know, David, a lot of the timelines and closure around post ECP opportunities are not within the purview of the ECP leadership team, right? That's really Oscar and the other DOE program managers and beyond. I know that we've been having a lot of discussions with Barb, with Christine, with the other program managers about this topic. I know that there are activities planned in the near term with the ADs of the science domain offices about what it means for post ECP and what that looks like. I don't know when that meeting is scheduled. I know it's coming up, and Barb's been talking about it. So we're doing what we can on the ECP leadership side to make sure that everybody has the information about the artifacts that we've created, the software technologies, the products, the application codes, and what we think it means for them to be sustained long-term, what that level of investment might look like, and where we think the important connection and integration points are, because we do think that's something unique that we've been able to do for a long time with an ECP at a scale larger than we've been able to do previously. For example, in SciDec, we had some of that, but just ECP, the duration and the shared fate milestones has really helped drive that even more than it had previously. So we're trying to get as much information into the hands of the stakeholders as we can.
Thank you.
Other questions? Well, let me just echo what was said. Great work. Thank you. And kudos to the team.
Thanks,
all right.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to Tony. And he's going to give us, as the slide says, an update on his committee's look at DOE and CI collaborations. Tony?
Thanks very much. The last presentation on Candle has sort of shortened my my presentation, so it's very helpful. Right, next slide, please. So this was the charge letter, just to remind you. There was a 2016 MOU between the Office of Science and the National Cancer Institute for the joint design of advanced computing solutions for cancer, the acronym JDA-CS4C, and this has been renewed for an additional 5-year period. And the previous section was reviewed by NCI, and ASCAC has been requested now to form a working group to review the activities under this collaboration. And it was to provide advice about new opportunities, identify major challenges, and provide recommendations. And we'll try and see our first effort at doing that. And it also specified that the working group would report our findings through ASCAC annually to identify these opportunities and challenges. And then what happens from here, if ASCAC is happy with the report, then the ASCAC chair will send it on to the director of the Office of Science, who will then work with NCI. Okay, next slide, please. This was the governance and oversight that was set up. And so there was ASCAC subcommittee, where it has members who are both from the ASCAC computing community, but also experts in various parts of the NIH NCI agenda, and input from both DOE and from NCI. The meeting 2 times a year, well, I think it needs to be a little more if it's not face-to-face, and the assessment of current projects and so on is what I've just talked about. There's also NCI DOE collaboration technical committees, and there's also NCI DOE collaboration executive committee. And I should add, there's been some changes on that because Ned Sharples-Less, who was the director of NCI, has retired and been replaced by Monica Bertagnolli, and also there have been added Doctors Barnholt, Sloan, and Dr. Goddard have been added to the NCI side. So I'll update that slide in the final presentation. Next slide, please. So this, just to remind you, is the subcommittee. So it has people from ASCAC, including Susan, who has an NIH hat as well. And it has people who from the labs, and it has people from the relevant NIH and cancer labs that we have in the US. Next slide, please. So this is the overview towards predictive oncology, and what the program involves are 3 projects. One is the MOSAIC, modeling outcomes using surveillance data and scalable artificial intelligence for cancer. The other one is the IMPROVE project, innovative methodologies and new data for predictive oncology model evaluation. And that actually is a new project because Pilot 1, which it replaced, hadn't enough data and engagement. And so this is a new project which started in 2021, and its first review. And then there's the Admiral project, which is about multi-scale investigation of the RAS-RAF activation life cycle. And I'll give a short summary of that later in the presentation. And the crosscut for that is the Candle Exascale project, as we've just heard from Bill, and I'll say a little bit more about that. And they have focused mainly on MOSAIC and Admiral and IMPROVE, but they also are considering Admiral. Next slide, please. So these are the meetings we had. We had an introductory meeting with the PIs of the projects in January, and then we had a deep dive into MOSAIC in March, a deep dive into Admiral in July, and then in September we had a review which looked at both the IMPROVE and Candle projects, and then we have written up the results of these processes using the 2 lead members who were assigned to be reviewers for the projects and to start discussion of the projects. So 2 subcommittee members were assigned. And so that's how the report you have before you came about. Next slide, please. So project reviews. And first slide is MOSAIC, and Lynn Pemberthy from NCI and Georgia Turasi from Oak Ridge are the 2 joint PIs. Next slide, please. And what it is, there's the SEER program, which is actually capturing cancer data in registries around the states. There are 7 SEER cancer registries, which have about 1 million cancer patients and 3.5 million cancer pathology reports. And all these have annotations for key data elements and so on. And so the key activities of the MOSAIC project was to develop a large-scale, state-of-the-art language model for clinical information extraction, automatically extracting them from these reports. In addition to developing the model and new capabilities, it actually made application of some interesting new techniques in uncertainty quantification for the deep learning methods. So, and this then enables the labs to evaluate the performance of the models in real world cancer registries, and looking at the particular things were transformer networks training on the leadership scale computing facilities. Next slide, please. So the findings were that the extracts detailed and nuanced clinical information for the cancer reports were actually extracted automatically using these deep learning tools, which would otherwise have tried human abstraction. And that was, as you will see, a very successful software stack was developed. And the selection of the reports from the SEER registries wasn't all the reports. So they looked, first of all, at pathology reports to see whether they were eligible for SEER registries. and it's been deployed in 11 of these registries, and also one which isn't officially a SEER registry. And it selects only 17% of pathology reports, but it extracts the information on those reports with 98% accuracy. And that's really a remarkably good achievement. And it depends on the use of novel and certainty quantification. Next slide, please. So the subcommittee thought this was outstanding work in demonstrating a scalable natural language processing data extraction system. They've carried out extensive work on benchmarking and model development. The current model is a multitask hierarchical self-attention network, but it's also been actively exploring various transformer-based models. They've developed an API which allows deployment in non-SEER registries. Any registry using software called SEER Star DMS can request a production deployment. They're also collaborating with the CDC to develop a privacy-preserving API. And they've leveraged technology from Oak Ridge on HIPAA-compliant HPC tools, and also used the Citadel framework for secure summit access and scalable analysis. So those are significant technologies that they've used from the labs. They've also used Summit extensively, 300,000 Summit node hours, and they're looking to migrate this to the Frontier system, presumably when it's accepted formally. And they've done a lot of dissemination and produced various papers, 40 articles and conference papers, 3 public codes released on GitHub via the Candle project, and they've disseminated trained AI models to SEER registries and other stakeholders. And they've also looked at natural language processing hackathons through the Summit environment. So a lot of activity that the subcommittee was very impressed by the breadth of these activities. Next slide, please. So the recommendations, well, the committee was very supportive of the project's interest in the use of multimodal data analyses with pathology and radiology reports, and they encourage exploring paths forward to expand this effort even more to include other clinical notes as well as the radiology and pathology data. Software and methods through this project could also be applied to many additional translational research settings besides the cancer clinical data extraction. The project description specifications call for modest initial recall with high positive predictive values, and we saw 17% of the SEER registry data gave 98% accuracy. It was thought that most research scenarios would benefit from extracting clinical data from a much larger fraction of reports, even if you had a lower positive prediction value. And again, uncertainty quantification methods could be further extended. So the third recommendation was that the methods can be extended to extraction of a much broader range of cancer and non-cancer clinical related phenotypes. In the context, it would be useful to know how the performance of the Mosaic pipelines compare with the pipelines that have been already created by other clinical informatics groups. So those were the 3 recommendations which I think assume the success of Mosaic in meeting its original goals and look how it could be extended into more broader and innovative ways. Next slide, please.
Tony, can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
So if you go back to your previous slide just for a sec. So in terms of there are 2 questions I have. One is that post the information extraction, Is Mosaic also doing some data wrangling so that there's uniform formatting of data that's extracted so that it's machine readable and usable? That's question number one.
And that's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. But Susan was one of the oh, Susan wasn't on this one. No, who was on the?
I mean, that would seem to me to be critical.
It seems critical to me too. I can find out the answer, Jill. I don't know the answer to that.
Because if it's not the case, then that should maybe be in your recommendation.
Absolutely, yes. Okay.
And the other question I had was whether the clinical reports include reports from genomic tests, because every vendor of genomic tests have a different formatting and a different way in which those results are reported. And they're very, very important in terms of applications in precision medicine and even, you know, trying to understand populations and so on and so forth. So I just don't know if this, I assume the SEER registries that the clinical data must, if there are genomic reports, they're in the EHRs. And I just wonder if this pipeline also extracts that information, because that's critical.
I don't think it's done genomic, but I can find out. If you could put your questions to me in an email or in the chat, that would be great.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Tony.
That would be good. But they're good questions. And I should have said, please interrupt if I'm going too fast or going too slow, to all of you. Okay, Jill, good questions. The next project is the Admiral project, and that's the two PIs are Fred Streitz from Livermore and also Dwight Nisley from the NCI, National Laboratory for Cancer Research, sorry, the Frederick National Laboratory for Cancer Research. Next slide, please. So this is the goal of the project. It's AI driven. They have these rather contorted acronyms. AI-driven multi-scale investigation of the RAS-RAF activation cycle, Admiral. And the Livermore team have developed what they call a mummy framework that goes beyond existing models to enable machine-learned guided exploration of protein dynamics. Mummy stands for multi-scale machine-learned modeling infrastructure. And actually, one of the things that we see is that that could be widely extended beyond this particular problem. So it's a complicated challenge, which I know rather little about, but the next slide shows what I know about the RAS-RAF interface. So the RAS protein signaling can result in cancer, pathway to emit signals to the nucleus, and it's seen in 93% of pancreatic cancer, 42% in colorectal cancer, 33% of lung cancers. So it's a really important signaling system, and exactly how it works, how it binds to the RAF actuator effector to activate the growth of the cancer is clearly critical. And what was impressive to me was the huge range of experiments that the Frederick National Lab had done to investigate this rather complex system. So physics is much more easy than looking at these sort of systems. Next slide, please. So the findings, well, it's certainly a very important beginning study of the dynamics of these RAS-RAF interactions, all right? And as I said, the team has impressively combined the experimental approaches driven from the Frederick National Laboratory with the high performance expertise at Livermore. We think that's a success, that it really is coming together. And the Livermore team have strong contributions in terms of a new infrastructure for using machine learning. And the key thing is to support machine modeling across spatial and temporal scales. So it can cover a lot of different spatial scales as well as different time scales in the interactions. And it's an exciting approach. I'm not sure it's delivered finally what we have to get to, but it's certainly a very interesting model framework. Next slide, please. So the comments that the committee made, as I said, the understanding of the dynamics of the RAS-RAF interactions across all these different scales is significant because of the high rate of cancers. The multi-scale methods developed here lay the groundwork not only for this, but for a wide range of molecular machines. And so the team has delivered advances, we think, in multi-scale modeling and especially the data-driven workflow. The team has done an impressive job combining expertise with the Frederick Laboratories expertise in a whole range of different techniques. And it seems to the subcommittee that the number of different experimental techniques and the number of possible observables that could be computed give you a large number of, so far, untapped opportunities to test these models. So it's a rather fundamental model, but actually there are plenty of opportunities, plenty of experimental data. And so it looks like it's an exciting future for the project. Next slide. So the recommendations were, there were various other systems involved in the RAS chain, not just the one I showed. And so there's extension of the in vitro analysis to explore other forms of both RAS and KRA mutations. And there are other proteins present which may well impact, which aren't being considered at the moment. So other proteins have an important impact, and the need to test in intact cells was stressed. Now the initial pilot has got to a certain stage of maturity. We think the emphasis on generalizability of this infrastructure to other molecular machines, not just this particular multi-scale temporal and spatial range. So we have the predictions, and to see how they can really be tested with experimental studies, I think they haven't quite got there yet, but they have made an attempt to increase the engagement with broader research communities, and we think that should be increased, and that's an important element to know what other groups are doing in this space and to make sure that they've broadened the community who are interested in this project. But otherwise, I think the project is extremely interesting for my non-expert view. My expert told me it was a very exciting project, and I think it looks that way as well. So next slide, please. So this is the new project. This is the improved project, stands for Innovative Methodologies and New Data for Predictive Oncology Model Evaluation. And the PIs are Rick Stevens from Argonne, Jeff Hilderstein from National Cancer Institute, and Ryan Weil from Frederick National Laboratory. And it has two aims. Aim one was developing a scalable, generalizable framework to compare deep learning models from the cancer drug modeling community and identify model attributes that contribute to a model's prediction performance. And aim two was improving the performance. First was improving the models, this is improving the performance by developing protocols to identify and generate targeted data explicitly aimed at strengthening drug response model predictive capabilities. And then the idea is to organize and publish a set of standard data sets, test and validation data sets, and protocols for comparison and evaluation. So I think this will actually be an extremely useful project. Next slide, please. So the findings were, first of all, they've done some rather impressive things. They've got curated a catalog over 120 machine learning drug response prediction models, which what impressed me was that they'd managed to reproduce the results in almost all of them. And then knowing what the data is, making sure they've got the right data sets that were used in the original model, seeing if they could have done a better model. And I think in some cases they could improve on the model that had been done. And I think that's really a rather impressive thing to actually go and do reproducibility on other people's models on this rather complex data. And they're going to use 16 of these models for evaluation against benchmark drug screening data sets to predict drug response and gene expression. They've implemented APIs for generalized analysis across studies and data sets, which include prediction performance, learning curves, usefulness, and so on, and an influence of noise on prediction. They've engaged vendors via an RFI for high throughput screening on patient-derived cancer models to perform feasibility studies, evaluate correlations to predictions and true response values. And I think this is a good mechanism that they've gone out and engaged with new communities, new parts of the community, I should say. This project is clearly quite closely entwined with the Candle project we heard about from Bill, and they've co-involved capabilities with Candle for automation-driven productivity for cross-model evaluation, sensitivity analysis, and generalizability. They've also published validated models and data to the cancer research community, and they, in answer to Jill's previous question, this project has certainly has got the FAIR principles with the metadata and so on properly, with making the data usable by other people. FAIR stands for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. It's now largely adopted by most scientific communities. At least they give lip service to FAIR. Next slide, please. So the comments, it's obviously, I think, a well-stranded project, and it focuses on achievable deliverables. I think the previous pilot was too ambitious, and it's aligned with both DOE and NCI missions. It has greater value because it could provide a generalizable framework to compare and improve data-derived models beyond just these biomedical problems to other application areas. There are challenges in the lengthy process for model validation and assessing and addressing defects in data quality, which they found when they were trying to reproduce the results. They hadn't necessarily got all the data was in different places and so on, exactly as you'd expect. And so they're trying to make progress in that space. And unlike the first pilot, the Improve is explicitly engaging the cancer modeling community, which I think is really essential. So we think that there's a value for exploring data strategies for AI modeling of cancer, looking at other environments like microenvironments and plasticity. And I don't know very much about that, but that was one of the comments of the committee. So recommendations. Next slide. So the idea is to focus, we believe, rigorously prove the capability in the context of a small number of selected cancers to show that the framework and data really can be used in this way, and that will help generalize the context and widening acceptance of this type of assessment. There also is the possibility of engaging across domains to discover and leverage synergies for common challenges, from cancer to cancer, to non-cancer diseases, to non-biomedical, and also even such things as climate studies, material properties, and behaviors. So there is possibility for much broader engagement with this approach. They felt that the community engagement with researchers studying early tumor development was an opportunity for looking at data, types of data that might strengthen predictive models. And the suggestion is that they should consider developing metrics to baseline and form a measure for assessment and comparison, inclusive of factors such as productivity, completeness, correctness, and consistency. So some rather grandiose goals in the recommendations, but I think there are plenty of more things to be done which could broaden the acceptance of the approach and also benefit other areas of science. Next slide. And so this one I'm going to be very brief about. This is Candle, Rick Stevens with Gina, Fred and Paul Dotson were involved in this project, which was, as you heard, an exascale project. Next slide. And this is a slide you saw already from Bill, so I won't go on to it. And as he said, treatment strategy and drug response were mainly, but they also have looked at the RAS pathway, but the Candle goals are there. Next slide, please. And what they're trying to do is port it to these major systems, the Frontier system, and we hope soon the Aurora system at Argonne. And the idea is applying deep learning to these pilots and make sure that the leadership computing facilities support scalable deep learning. And as was emphasized by Bill, they've used industry-leading frameworks like TensorFlow and PyTorch and industry-leading GPUs, NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel. So the idea is to promote open source, ready-to-use tools and libraries in Python for large-scale needs of deep learning. And you can do ensembles, uncertainty quantification, workflow, validation, parallel training, and so on. So it's an exciting agenda, and it will reduce, we hope, the barriers for biomedical research community to utilize exascale computing facilities. Next slide, please. So I won't go through the findings in detail. It's an ECP project which has been reviewed many times and it's delivered on milestones for the last 6 years and performed well, as you heard in the recent review that Bill talked about, and is likely to meet its performance goals on Frontier. It's done numerous outreach activities, hackathons and tutorials to encourage a wider community and adoption of the tool sets. The code developed as part of this project is available via the open source repository, and people can pick it up and use it. And there's evidence of vendor adoption with NVIDIA and so on. It's been installed also not only at the LCFs, but also by NIH on its computing infrastructure, BioWolf, and is available for NIH investigators and their collaborators. And as was mentioned, it's part of the acceptance test for the DOE exascale systems. Okay, next slide. Comments? Outstanding in their ability to make changes because they were diverted to COVID for part of this time, and they did some exciting COVID research and demonstrating you could go beyond the original cancer problems. They've enabled and supported and maintained a Candle environment in a cloud platform, which will help scientists get access to it and evaluate that. And that's what they've started with their hackathon and tutorials. And the tool is, as Bill emphasized, relatively mature. It's gone through multiple years of development effort. It uses industry standard environments with the tools PyTorch and TensorFlow. And one area that we talked about in today's ASCAC meeting is the long-term sustainability, of something like Candle after the end of the ECP project. But we anticipate more models and domains will use this chain, and how can we actually manage these core set of benchmarks at the same time look towards the wider cancer community needs. Next slide, please, which is a bit redundant. Broader impact, democratized tools, evidence of impact. But again, I think this project is really rather mature, and we were impressed by what it had achieved. I was particularly impressed, as I said, in the reproducibility of other people's deep learning predictions. And that seems to be a very difficult thing to do. Next slide, please. So summarize on these projects, I have to say I was impressed by all of them. They're all, I wasn't clear that they would have all been successes, but I think they've all been pretty successful so far, some more than others. So Mosaic project, it's an outstanding team effort, which is laying the foundation for highly impactful information extract and efforts, not only in the SEER registries, but across a whole range of biomedical, clinical research and surveillance efforts. The Admiral project is a very low-level research project and is investigating dynamics of a very important interaction for cancer using detailed and time-resolved approaches. It's successfully brought together a large set of analytic capabilities linked to computational modeling and the impressive breadth of experimental techniques from the experimental team at FNL lead to many more possibilities in the future for doing tests and looking at other parameters than they've looked at so far. And lastly, the Improve project, which is a new project, it is well structured and has focused on achievable deliverables. And the ultimate goal of the project to deliver a generalizable framework, underscoring the importance of making the protocols and software broadly available. And they've started to do that, and we'd like to encourage them and continue engaging with the broader community. And lastly, next slide, Candle project, mature ECP project, delivered on all its milestones. It's had 3 finalist nominations for Gordon Bell. It's clearly demonstrated that you can use large-scale supercomputers to do leading-edge science. It also has been now installed not on a leading-edge supercomputer, but on the NCI Beowulf facility, which indicates it has much broader applicability. So in summary, I think the subcommittee was very impressed by the quality of the 3 DOE NCI projects, including the new one, Improve, and also Candle is clearly doing a major task in cross-cutting across all of these projects and other projects within the ECP applications. So all in all, it was a very impressive program so far, and we look forward to seeing what they'll do in the future. So with that, I'll stop and take questions. And I see there have been quite a lot of questions in the chat, which I haven't been able to follow.
Are there questions for Tony? And some of them were also answered.
Oh, chat. Good. I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah. One that wasn't answered. Sorry, Vin, did I jump in ahead of you?
No, you didn't. You go right ahead.
Is that NCI has sponsored a number of challenges in the area of predictive models and so on. And that's the DREAM competition. I know Susan is probably well aware of these competitions. And they had to, in running those challenges, they had to deal with a lot of the problems that you, Tony, had raised and challenges that are facing the Improve project. And so I wonder if Rick and those guys have reached out to the DREAM Challenge people. And if they haven't, I think it'd be well worth their while to have such a conversation.
Well, yes, I have talked to Rick about what happened in the previous incarnation, and he gave the report on Improve and on Candle to the committee. He didn't mention DREAM, but I think he has in a previous conversation with me. So I suspect he's certainly aware of it. I don't know that he's taking it up, and we can make sure that he does follow up a bit more. Yeah.
Susan, I suspect you may want to comment on this. I'm going to give you the floor, and then we'll go to them.
Thanks. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jill and Tony. They didn't explicitly mention DREAM, but in their report and their plans, they mentioned open community hackathons, which they'll start in year 2 of their project, working with the cancer community as well as the computer science community to focus on developing that model comparison framework and then looking at new generation of data. So I think that the dream competition might fit well in line with their thoughts with the hackathons, and that's something that Tony could certainly loop back. But I want to let you know that they do have planned community hackathons in this area.
All right, Matt.
So it occurs to me that it'd be quite an interesting experiment to compare the execution on the GPU structures and with the TensorFlow units at Google. Is the source code openly available that would facilitate such an experiment?
It's also for candles available, but I don't see any reason why improved doesn't make such things available too. So yes, looking at TPUs would be interesting to do, and I'm sure Rick has thought of this, but I haven't heard him give any numbers. So I can follow up with Rick afterwards.
I'd appreciate it if you would. But my curiosity basically is whether there would be a significant speed up or not by using these special purpose processors.
No, me too. I'd be interested as well. Yes, I know Rick has been looking at other strange architectures, Cerebrus, Grok, and all these other things. So he's well aware of other architectures. But certainly in the report, he didn't mention TPUs.
Roscoe?
Yeah, just a quick question. I think if I understood right from the introduction and from the charge, ASCAC is asked to evaluate this annually. And I wasn't sure what this is. And does that seem sensible to you?
Yes, I mean, the committee's been learning as we went along. I wasn't quite so clear that we had to have a formal report. That was somewhat news to me, and we had to have it done because of NCI's requirements for a report. But we don't report to NCI; we report to ASCAC. So that I think what I'd like to do is to discuss with both Oscar and also probably with them. People from NCI as to what's the next best step to do. We can clearly continue with an update of all these three, but there may be more things that we should be doing, or maybe they're not necessary to have every year or whatever. But I think that it is a requirement that there is a review of these projects every year for NCI. So I think I'd like to hear the comments of this group and think about what the subcommittee should do in subsequent years, whether or not it has the same people on, but certainly it seems to me we need we are tasked to continue to the end of the program. That's 5 years, and I think I'd like to know exactly what useful things the subcommittee can do to help this program.
I think that's a reasonable question. Maybe to be a little more bureaucratic answer to Roscoe's question is we do need to decide if we are prepared to accept Tony's report on performance to date. So I'll need to ask in just a moment for a formal vote on that for the ASCAC members. But before I do that, are there any final questions or comments?
One comment is I can, if Jill sends me her specific queries, I can include the answers to them in the report. So for example, and I will update the slide of the governance for NCI.
All right, so seeing no other hands waving or gesticulating wildly, let me ask those of you who are on ASCAC to unmute for just a moment. I'll ask for an oral vote. All those in favor of approving the report, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay, it's approved. Thank you, Tony, and Susan, and the others of you who've been involved in this. These are always work, and it is appreciated. And Tony, we'll try to circle back to you and try to get a better answer for what do you do next.
I think that's worth thinking about, Dan. Yes, I agree. Good. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm being educated as I go along on this because I'm surrounded by experts on the subcommittee, but I'm not sure I can accurately reproduce all their concerns, but I'll get better. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Let's move on to Ben and the blueprint for an integrated research infrastructure. Sorry?
Sorry, Dan, there was an update to the agenda. It's actually ESNet.
Oh, my
Sorry, I
bad.
have
Yes,
other.
agenda. Yes, the ESNet update. Thank you for catching that. And I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong agenda. My bad. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I just want to make sure you're hearing me okay. And I know I'm a few minutes short, so I'll try to cover all the content, but I know there is a lot of content I have as well, so please be patient with me. So I'm going to talk about the ESNet 6 project that just ended. We've been working on it for 6 years. Next slide, please. And Hikmet, there will be some builds, so I will ask you next, and that may stay on the same slide, but do a build. So just have patience with me. So I think you all know this, but I just wanted to put this slide up that ESNet is an ASCAC user facility, and it is a complex system tuned for science. So we serve all the Office of Science offices and their research and as a user facility, and it is not dedicated to one particular office per se. Next slide. So the reason we embarked on the facility upgrade, and I'm giving some background for people that are new or haven't heard, is we were seeing exponential increases in data. I did not put my standard data slide of growth, but we moved around 1.1 exabyte of data last year, and the data rate has been going somewhere between 50 to 60% year-on-year growth every year since 1990, since we have been working on ESNet and collecting that data and saving it. The second thing, I think, which we know from the pandemic, especially, and for other reasons, moving data and the availability of data, whether it be coming from the LHC detector in CERN, or whether it be flowing through ESNet coming from the Vera Rubin telescope in Chile, productivity of science and the national labs depends on the network. So while we focus on science and our network is optimized for science, we do carry all the data that the national labs produces in terms of collaboration and coordination in support of science. So we wanted to improve resiliency in this new design, including cyber resiliency, and that was one of the goals. And the last one is, as we see convergence of data and facilities, simulation, experimental data, and the use of multiple facilities, we wanted to make sure that this network supported these new scientific workflows through automation and programmability, our ability to create custom services that may be specific to a project, to a science workflow. And we wanted to make sure that the infrastructure had that flexibility through automation and investment in automation and programmability. So these were the three goals, kind of a very high level that we started out with in mission need. And that is what we strove to accomplish through this project. Next slide. Now, this ESNet 6 was a transformative and challenging project. I want to say, looking back, this was our first DOE 413 project for the facility, so we didn't have people that were trained in the 413 process. We did not have an understanding of what we were getting into, so that was one big challenge. It was the first greenfield design and build of the entire network, so we did all the system integration from getting the power and co-location, from optical components, deploying them, and again, we had contractors to do some of the physical deployment, but we were kind of the integrator, the system integrator of the entire network, and it was built from scratch, from the optical layer all the way to the packet layer. It was our first time implementing and operating the optical layer. We had done it through partners or through other carriers before that, so that was something new for the team. More than 50% of the team that worked on the project was hired and onboarded during project execution, so we kind of built the team as we executed. And of course, you know, in the middle of the project, there was a pandemic which increased the coordination, communication, and reporting tremendously. I say 10x as a rough estimate, but I do know that the amount of reporting that we had to do did increase tremendously. Now, all of this with zero unplanned downtime and limited off-hours planned downtime. You cannot have a network that goes down. We cannot shut down the facility for 3 months while we upgrade. And so all of that had to be done with these constraints. I do want to say a very strong constant. There was a strong support and trust from ASCAC, DOE, and the Congress that actually helped us go and tackle these challenges as an organization and as a facility. I put the picture, all analogies are imperfect, but it is almost we were building the plane as we were flying it. And while we were doing that, we had to deconstruct the whole plane, move the customers over without losing anyone in the process. And that is the challenge that we had as part of our upgrade. Next. So it took us 6 years from concept to done. CD0 was in December 2016. I shared some of the 3 core goals from the CD0. We did spend a lot of time on design, and I think that was very well, it helped us a lot. It was one of the lessons. We spent a lot on conceptual design, on exploring what was out there and what we needed to build on services. And we spent, I can see, 1.5 years on that. The second core thing was we started building the optical infrastructure before we were all the way to CD2 as part of 3A, and that also was really helpful. We finished early. Our projected early finish date was January 2023. With contingency, our end date for the project was 2025. And we did threshold KPPs. We accomplished that in March or May this year, and we did the IPR in July and got CD4 approval shortly after that. And so we finished ahead of time and under budget, as Barb mentioned in her talk earlier today. Next slide. So these were our KPPs, both threshold and objective. Most of the threshold KPPs were met late last year or early this year. And that is what we used for our CD4 and ESAB. Some of the delays, again, it was not that we didn't have a pandemic impact. You can see some of those, like installation of new routing equipment was delayed significantly. The important thing was that our critical path was not delayed, and that is something we spent time managing. So while there were projects being delayed and equipment not coming on time, our critical path was something that we were focusing on. There were a couple of things that were delayed beyond what we can manage. One is installing routing equipment at our sites. It required a lot more coordination and communication, and the equipment was delayed. And high touch, which is servers, that was delayed as well. And so those are the ones that we are working on as a facility right now and completing these 3 leftover tasks. And by the end of the year or early next year, we should have finished all the objective KPPs as an organization as well. Next slide. Now, I could have spent a lot of time describing how we executed on the project and given you an issue on project management, but I chose, given the technical audience, to focus on what did we actually build, what infrastructure that we actually built, and leave you with a flavor of that. So next slide. So in our design, we had 4 key elements. We wanted the core or the things, the long distance piece of a network to be simple. Get a packet from when it comes to our edge from a lab or from an instrument with minimal processing and high speed to the other edge. And that is kind of what our hollow core design was. We put all our intelligence and services and custom and programmability at the edge. So we call that the innovative edge. As we knew that we were going to deal with science workflows that would push the boundary, we wanted visibility into the network. So we invested in telemetry or packet telemetry, and I'm going to talk about that later, so we can get unprecedented visibility. We really want to get to a stage where we are proactive. We tell the application before the application tells us that, hey, something went wrong with the network. But that is our goal. That is what we want to get to. And then we invested a lot in orchestration and automation framework to provide the consistency, reliability, and also change the paradigm on how networks are built and run. So that's kind of the 4 big elements of what we focused on. Next slide. So let me start with how we implemented the core or the capacity and the speed. So next slide, please. So this gives you a better picture of the US network. I know there is no geographical context, but Boston and New York should, and Sacramento and Sunnyvale should give you the West Coast and the East Coast context. There is a European component that is not highlighted because that was not part of the ESNet6 project, and we are investing in that as part of the program. So that is the bandwidth on that links is not accurate and not represented right now. So as part of the project, we lit up 15,000 miles of dark fiber that were leased. It's a 20-year lease with an extension to make it 30 years. We contracted 300 lease spaces, so we had to install amplifiers or optical amplifiers along this fiber path. It is every 80 kilometers or so. There needs to be a hut with power and space that had to be leased and power contracted. So we were doing real estate like transactions all over the place. We added new fiber spans to increase reliability and reduce latency. What you see here, Salt Lake to Las Vegas to Los Angeles, is a new fiber path that didn't exist before. It cuts this big round ring from Denver, Sacramento, Sunnyvale, and El Paso by half. So it increases both reliability and reduces latency. We also picked up some important NNSA things happening in Las Vegas through this process as well. The total aggregate capacity deployed in terms of raw bandwidth is 46 terabits per second. And it provides us the ability to provide 400 to terabits per second services to the labs. You can see many of the rings are already at terabits per second. Next slide, please. So let me talk about the services and capabilities. So this is kind of the score. Let me talk a little bit about the edge. Next slide. So we had a very comprehensive services architecture design. You can see it represented here. What services are at every layer, and the service definitions. That was all part of the initial R&D work, and that really helped us when it came to implementing them and automating them. These services are deployed through packet equipment called routers. So all of the backbone routers were replaced, provisioned, and in service as part of the project. We added new routers at most of our connected sites. So all of our connected sites are getting 1 to 2 ESNet routers, depending on their resiliency considerations. The older routers were decommissioned, and both the power and colo that they were consumed were being released. Yes, and I think I saw some chat, and I can just say that yes, these routers are commercial offerings. One of the things we looked at in our R&D design was SDN and building white boxes. But given our strength of the team and the time we had, we decided for this version to go with commercial offerings, though I can give you more details on the software and what we have developed there. All of the core services have been developed and deployed that you see here, and there are a few aspirational ones here that are still under development. Next slide. So the third thing was on precision network telemetry platform. What you see here is a smart NIC that is based on an FPGA that ESNet developed with help of Xilinx and commissioned that, and software on the CPU. One thing that is interesting about this device is it has capability to do things that is not commercially available. So we really had put a lot of innovation in this platform. It can basically take 2 by 100 gigs of traffic and analyze it, and has the capability to do 300 million packets per second through the system. Next slide. So what this allows us, this is an objective KPP service that we're deploying. So we're going to be having 40 of these boxes with these capabilities all around the network, key parts of our network. And what it does is it's a packet microscope. So what commercial offerings offer is 1:1,000 packet sampling. So you get, that kind of a sampling of what is going across your network. So you don't get an accurate view of everything that is going across your network. With this system, we can select a flow of interest or multiple flows of interest up to 200 gigabits per second and send them to software, no sampling included. So we can look at every packet. We can also do nanosecond precision timestamps on every packet, so we can correlate things coming in and leaving. Because there is asymmetric routing that happens, sometimes packets may enter and leave while the the return traffic may come from some other interface. So we can correlate that because we write all the packets and can merge simultaneous captures across the footprint based on the timestamps. And this is still a platform. There are multiple services that can be built on this that we plan to do as part of the program in the future. But we deployed and built this innovative platform as part of the ES106 project. And I can give a whole talk on this, so I'm going to move to the next slide, and I will leave you without many of the details that you may be asking for. The last one I want to talk about is the orchestration and automation framework that we built as part of the project. Next slide. So just to kind of give you some context behind this, why this is important. Before ESNet 6, the way I would say is each network device was treated as a pet and not cattle. And what I mean by it is that every device was handcrafted. There were engineers responsible for certain routers, and they would take care of them, which means they would take care of them the way they found best, and there was no consistency. So every router was what I call a snowflake. Documentation was completed, but after the work was done, not before. So you did the work and then you documented it. There were some bespoke business processes driven by individual circumstances. Command line interface was commonplace. So what it meant was you would log into a text-based interface. And I know you all have done Linux, and you know we love CLI. But here they would log into the router text-based interface and make changes, which would be typically cut and paste configuration, text configuration, and that would lead to sometimes errors. So one of the challenges I put in front of the team in 2016 when we started was, hey, can we build a system which would make it no need for an engineer to log into CLI by the time we were done with ES106 project? And we had some scripts and we had automation, but they were all handcrafted scripts. I would say using Perl. Some of the scripts were Perl scripts that I'm sure you have not heard of about Perl for a while. So next slide. So the goal for the automation was consistent configuration for complex services. As we were going to create custom services and complex workflows, we wanted consistent configuration, a consistent method for deployment of services and ongoing management of them, reduce probability of human error when it comes to text and cut and paste and eyeballing things, enhance network reliability through this process, and enable engineers to focus on more on the design than the busy work, which is deployment or configuration. And again, orchestration is not meant as a replacement for humans. We were not trying to reduce staff through this process, but we were just trying to focus them on the more critical parts and the more creative, innovative, and strategic parts of the organization than the busy work. So that was part of the goal. Next slide. So on the left-hand side, you see the ESNet software component. So there was a bigger vision. Not all of it was implemented as part of the project, and we'll continue to work on all of these aspects throughout the program because software is a living, growing thing. One of the things that was very critical, that was a base before we could implement any of these components, was a unified data model. So a lot of time was spent in building the framework, which is a unified data model that will allow us to discover topology, be able to programmatically define what topological elements were there, and develop an intent interface because we didn't want to deal with the low-level provisioning tools. So what the provisioning led to is this architecture on the right that you see here, which is the provisioning automation architecture. And the central character in this play is the orchestrator. This is something that we invested in. This orchestrator allows us to create workflows to deploy services. And these workflows can get information from a whole bunch of tools, light blue, which ESNet manages, and the gray ones, which are commercial tools that we have integrated into the orchestrator. And it allows us to talk to not just the networking equipment, but using Ansible also talk about the supporting equipment like servers and other things that are there. So the orchestrator can manage everything together. So let me give an example just to make it a bit more real than these set of blocks. Next slide. So the way router provisioning, or even when we were deploying equipment, was done, if you look on the left-hand side, there was like a ticket maybe created through ServiceNow platform. The network engineer would plan the service, and populate it in the database. We call it ESDB, which is ESNet database. And database is the source of truth for the network. So the source of truth is not the configuration in the router. The source of truth is the database. Once the planning is done and you know what service you're deploying or a set of services you're deploying, you say orchestrator grow. Orchestrator gets this intention of the plan from the database. It configures and changes it to how talks to the Cisco NSO is a network service orchestrator, which talks to all the network equipment and multi-vendor network equipment. It talks to support systems. It may get IP addresses. It may get lists of filters. It coordinates and gets all the information, and then it is automatically configured on multiple devices in the network. Once it is done, it validates it and updates the data in the ESDB saying it's in service, it's up and running. Now, every night we run a check. So if someone goes into the CLI and does some configuration because they really miss the CLI, and some engineers do, it will stop you from deploying further services because it says it'll throw the flag on the play and say, there is something that happened in the network that is inconsistent with what I view the network to be, and please resolve it. So we do allow, if there is an outage late night, for people to go make changes on the CLI, but next day, there will be reconciliation that needs to be done so the database is in sync with the network, and we do that nightly validation. So that's system. You can also see on the right-hand side, we can deploy a new router, build a connection, deploy it, layer 3 interface and peering and everything as a set of layered services. So we can run multiple composable workflows so that all can be done, and that all is planned by the engineer in the ESDB. Next slide. Anyway, before we go into lessons learned, I want to say this was kind of what we accomplished in the implementation part. There are work to be done to keep enhance it, maintain it, and add new features. And we'll continue the investments that we have made in ASNet 6 in terms of framework and the platform are really going to help us scale to the next level. I have 3 slides of lessons learned that I wanted to share with you from a project perspective. One of the big, previous slide, please. One of the big things was risk management. As I told you, the 413 was new to us. And thanks to Project Leadership Institute and Ben, he brought an expert to train all staff on formal risk management processes. It was clear that we didn't understand risk management. And we have had a dedicated risk manager who would identify, quantify, and develop mitigation strategies. Every meeting of ESNet 6 started about risk, and we talked about risk at the beginning of every meeting. And that was communicated in the team throughout the project. Now, we were planning for, snow, too hard to dig and build new fiber, or access to sites being blocked due to weather. But that helped us when the pandemic came because they raised similar set of issues. So our risk management effort really paid huge dividends in the end and helped us work through pandemic-related issues with the same lens that we would have taken weather or weather-related issues in terms of risk. Next slide. Team growth, as I said, we hired a lot of people. So we had a dedicated hiring meeting every week, and onboarding was a process that we developed. That it is kind of a 2-week well-honed process that actually brings people up to speed. And they were critical of ensuring getting people successful. So on the left-hand side is the org chart in 2016 when we started the project, and the right-hand side is the org chart that we have now. So we kind of grew the organization while we were executing on the project. And again, we would have never completed it without these highly skilled and distributed teams. So we were all virtual during this process, and continue. A large part of the organization is still virtual and working together in this environment. We needed the people to build the new project as well as maintain and provide services and growth on our existing network and transitioning from one to the other. And that was very complex and required a bigger team. Next. And I would say the DOE 413-3B, even though we all started with complaints, was actually a growth opportunity for us as an organization. The tailoring and actually really embracing the tailoring aspect of 413 really helped us. We used milestone execution index to measure and track progress instead of earned value management. That really helped us. And we used something called project acceptance memos, PAMs, that was new to DOE, to allow us to, in the middle of the project, retire scope, accept it, and move it to production as part of the program. So we took the optical, moved it to production while the routers were still old. And that allowed us to do this, building the airplane and moving passengers across without having any downtime in the facility. And this framework has helped, synchronize our reviews, getting everybody in sync, and that helped them support us through the project. So this was, while it was pain, it was a lot more reporting. There was gain to be had as going through this process. I will just pause if there are any questions. I will address yours at the end, maybe of the thing, if you're okay with that.
Okay.
So let's go to the next slide. So this is just a summary of the accomplishment: 15,000 miles of power, fiber lit up 300 locations, 46 terabits. ESNet 5 was fully decommissioned while ESNet 6 was being installed without interruption in service. We installed around 70 new routers while decommissioning 53 of the existing ones. Automation framework and innovation, which was delivered, that exceeds any commercial available functionality that we can purchase on the market today, which is the high-touch packet telemetry platform. Next. So you may be wondering, how does this help science? So you got this done in there. It sounds really great. And I just want to point you to our vision, which is scientific progress is completely unconstrained by the physical location of instruments, people, computational resources, or data. So let me go and give you one example of that. It is not there can be other examples, but I chose only one given the time frame. So let's go to the next slide. So this is where I talk about the NREL Ares project. This was a demo we did in December last year. And I'm not qualified to talk about the project, but what they're trying to do is to integrate a whole bunch of power grid resources, manage and control them in a way that allows variability, that allows disasters to be managed, loads to be shifted, or things to make our power grid more reliable and more and less apt for failures, while including variable renewable energy resources as well. So that is kind of their project plan. Next slide. So one of the things they wanted was highly reliable, deterministic, low latency, low jitter connectivity. And that is very different from what we provide to some of our other HEP or nuclear physics kind of applications, which require huge amount of data movement and throughput, but latency is not critical. You could go around the world and get the data. As long as you get the data reliably, they are okay with it. So I highlight some of that. Next slide. So we had data from Persona that we have been collecting every day. And so we did some analysis on the ESNet 5 ASCAC service and ESNet 6 ASCAC service that Ares used. And you could say that because of the new paths we built and the new network, we saved overall latency. Again, you can't save much. Latency is physics, which is the speed of transmission of light. But you can save how much processing and buffering you do in the network. And the hollow core architecture helped us reduce the overall latency by 30%. But what we also accomplished was the jitter. We reduced the jitter or over variability of a network by around 70%. And these were through measurements that we did before and after some of the ESNet deployments. Now, this really helped Ares do the demo. They had a project before called Superlab 1.0 that hadn't gone well, but this 2.0, they accomplished at least their first demo objectives. Next slide. Now, their plan in FY23 is for 10,000 devices to be all connected across multiple national labs. And we are working with them to support this demonstration or this work whenever that comes into fruition. So that is one example of what we can accomplish with this new network. Next step. I think you're very familiar with the integrated research infrastructure and that effort going on. Just like Ares, I think that is just one example how network can play a role in this integrated research ecosystem. And we feel ESNet 6 has all the right elements to help support what is needed to have experimental and observational user facilities, interact with researchers, with supercomputing, and provide advanced capabilities for data and data analysis, AI, all the stuff that you have been talking about at the meeting today and before. So we feel this infrastructure provides the right set of tools, APIs, and capabilities that can be leveraged for making this successful. Next slide. So what does it mean? It means that we promote network as a first-class resource, similar to instruments, compute, and storage for accessibility, security frameworks for accessing different services that are deployed, APIs. We make it controllable. We allow scheduling. We allow resource negotiation. We make a transparency. So we share what is the availability of the network. We share service status and service status that the application will be using, and make it adaptable. So ability to rapid prototype and deploy new workflows on the system. And we feel that with ESNet, we can offer elements across all these four bullet points that we share about. Next slide. Now I want to talk about staff. So because of ESNet 6 and the software and orchestration architecture, we grew the organization primarily at the software development side. So you can see our network engineering staff and software development staff is equivalent. And that is, I think, one big accomplishment from a human perspective and an organizational perspective that we accomplished, that allows us and enables us to tackle the IRA challenges and the workflow challenges through our experience and focus on software and workflow and orchestration that we have had and we developed as part of this project. Next one, next slide. So while this has been a sunset for ESNet 6 project, we feel this is a sunrise for ESNet. You can't tell from the picture if it's sunset or sunrise, but I do want to say this was taken on the day of the ESAB by our ESNet 6 project director from their balcony, and as a memory for the ESNet 6 project coming to an end. So I really want to thank all of you and your support, your guidance, and your help throughout this process in getting the ESNet 6 project completed successfully. Next slide. We do have ESNet 6 week and unveiling ceremony. I don't know. Sorry. And that is happening on October 11th. I would invite all of you to join. It is free online, but you're most welcome in person. And then we are also kicking off our first user meeting, we have been doing requirement reviews, which is talking to each office one at a time, but we're trying to build, as we see commonality across the science offices, bringing in our first user meeting, getting scientists from different areas together as our Confab 22. So please join us. There is a link to register that should be available in the information that is posted online. Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions. So again, when there is no direct linkage between the network configuration system and the workflow scheduling, but that is what we hope to accomplish through the IRI project, where we expose APIs. And so science workflows can leverage the APIs, the computing resources will offer, network will offer, to be able to, and that's why we need scheduling, and we need accurate reporting of what's available, what capabilities are available, and the what if questions. So right now, there is no way to say what if. You send the traffic and you hope for the best effort. So we hope to work on what if questions. So if someone says, I want to move 10 petabytes of data, can I do that now? And what if I moved it? And then we will be able to respond to them and either say, yes, you can move it now, or you can move it at this time, and we can schedule you a path and traffic to move it at that time.
The other question was, what was the max speed per optical channel in the system?
So we have 400 gigabits per second. As the only speed on the optical channel. So we said no 100 gigs, we'll multiplex 100 gigs and 10 gigs all onto the 400 gig channel. Obviously, with 800 gigs coming out, we will explore that in the future. But right now, we standardize on 400 gig as the most cost-effective technology available.
Yeah, that's where we are too. So not surprising. I'm impressed that the commercial equipment is capable of handling those speeds. So that's a surprise. Whose gear are you allowed to say whose gear you're using?
Yeah, yes, we are open, and they will be speaking at the unveiling as well. But we are using Nokia 7750 routers as a thing. And from the optical line system, we use the Infinera line system. And we have two sets of transponders from Sienna and from Infinera because we wanted multi-vendor optical equipment on the same thing. We also developed APIs to automate our optical deployment. So we have all the, so we don't just do the router automation, we also deploy our optical gear through that automation platform.
Good move. I'll follow up with you by email since I have to drop off before 3 in order to chair another meeting.
Okay, sure, absolutely, anytime.
All right, Rich, quick question, and then we're probably going to need to move on.
Yeah.
Inder, just a fabulous accomplishment. So congratulations to you and the team. I'm curious what the bottleneck links are, where you have a need for more capacity. Where is the network most heavily used?
And again, I know I'm working with Jordi on the bottleneck architecture that he has. That is kind of, we have shared some data and we have some things. I think we're waiting for some NDAs to finalize before we have a better perspective there on that analysis. But what we do from a capacity management perspective is more manual. So every quarter we look at all our links and what traffic patterns they've had, and we look at the 95th percentile. We looked at sustained traffic because some of them are bursty, and we build this picture every quarter of how our links are evolving, and that helps us do early detection on which links need upgrades, which links could be bottlenecks, and then we work with our customers at the national labs to identify, hey, is this something that was unique this quarter? Is this something that you expect to sustain? So it's a lot of what I would say a data correlation that happens in the human mind to really figure that out, and we don't have automated ways of detecting that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Inder. I think we're going to have to leave it there. Congratulations on
Thank you.
deployment.
Sorry to take more time.
All right, and we're going to hand it over to Jack to talk a little bit about status of this new committee. Jack?
Okay, yes, thanks. I'll try to make this brief. We don't have a lot to report. This is a committee on American competitiveness. The 4 ASCAC members are listed there. And we have some external members. Greg Bell works at Corelight. He's the founder and chief strategic officer there. Before that, he was at ESNet. In fact, he was director of ESNet. Eva Dillman works at ISI. She's the vice chair for this committee. She does work in distributed computing and workflow. Ian Foster, I guess we all know Ian. He's at Argonne, and he's the director of the data science and learning division there. David Keyes is the director of Extreme Computing Research Center at KAUST in Saudi Arabia. Dieter Klausmuller is the chair and director of the board at the Leibniz Supercomputing Center. Bob Lucas is at ANSYS today. Before that, he worked at ISI, and he was also working at NERSC in the head of research there. Lynn Parker is a faculty member here at the University of Tennessee. She leads the AI research and education initiative here at the university. She just returned from a 4-year stint at the White House as the director of National AI Initiative Office. John Shelf is at Lawrence Berkeley Lab and does work in computer architecture. Dan Stazione is the executive director at TAC, and Kathy Yellick is, I guess her title now is the vice chancellor for research at Berkeley. So that's the committee. Next slide, please. So this was the charge letter. I know you can't read it, and let's go to the next slide. There were 4 bullets in that charge letter, and these are the 4 questions we've been asked to look at. How can the department maintain critical international cooperation? The second one deals with identifying key areas where the U.S. currently has or could aspire to leadership roles in advanced computing and high-end computational science and engineering. Next slide, please. The third bullet refers to are there particular technical areas or capabilities that could be emphasized? And the fourth bullet is how can programs and facilities be structured to attract and retain talented people? Next slide, please. So we formed the committee in late July. We had a first Zoom meeting at the end of August, and we decided that we would divide up into 4 groups to look at those 4 charge questions. We developed an overall framework for the outline of the report that we would generate, and we made some assignments to the subgroups. So the subgroups are working on those four points, 4 bullets, and we expect the drafts to be handed in early October. So the four working groups are critical, are one dealing with the critical scientific areas for leadership at ASCAC, look at advanced research tools, looking at how to building and maintain strategic industry and international partnerships. And the fourth one is looking at strategies for success and success recruitment and retention. Next slide, please. So these are the lead, or these are the people who are involved in those groups. Tony, Lynn, Dan, and Greg are looking at the first one, critical scientific areas and leadership for ASCAC. And David Keys, Ian, Kathy, and John are going to look at advanced research tools. Eva, Dieter, and myself will are looking at building and maintaining strategic industry and international partners. And Vivek, Satoshi, and Bob are looking at strategies for success, recruitment, and retention. So again, the rough framework is that we would have some draft produced towards the beginning of October. Next slide, please. And then we would shuffle the people so that the second set of eyes and hands could get on the 4 questions. And what's listed here are the organization for how we would do that for the next grouping. Next slide, please. This is the outline of the report. It basically has those 4 sections and some details for those sections assigned and page counts for those various sections. Next slide, please. And our plans are to get together again in early October, look at what's missing, and identify additional people that we might draw on to help put together the report. We'd have a second pass of the report in November. We'd probably have an informal meeting at supercomputing in the middle of November, and we would set up a Zoom call to look at the report as it exists at in the December timeframe. We're planning on an in-person committee meeting in January, February timeframe. We haven't set a date for that yet, and we hope to have a report finalized in time for the spring ASCAC meeting. And I think that's the last slide. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jack. Any questions? All right, well, we look forward to what's to come. And certainly some of the things we talked about earlier today are directly impinge on the topics of the committee. So terrific. Yeah, Tony.
I did have one question, yes. I'd be interested to know what's the time scale that would be most useful for Barb and Oscar to have a copy, or at least a good draft of this report that would help them in DC.
Barb, you want to comment on that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think what was Jack, that you would have a draft by the spring.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's a completed draft by the spring, yes.
Yeah, So going back to some earlier discussions, normally the 24 budget is released to Congress, ideally in February, but it's been a couple months later. So while Congress is working on it, if that report came out, you know, even the draft report came out that we could share with them, it would be great.
We will try to do that.
Thank you.
All right, I want to hand the floor to Barb and then I'll offer a few comments. So Barb.
Yeah, I asked Dan if I could speak now, in case most of you probably know, but in case you didn't, I am planning to retire mid-January. So this probably is my last ASCAC meeting. And I want to thank all of you for providing excellent advice to me and to the program over the past few years. And I know you'll carry on admirably for whoever comes after me. I think at some point, Harriet Kung will reach out to you for recommendations. And again, I just want to thank you all for your support over these past few years.
Well, I want to, on behalf of ASCAC and also personally, and I expect others will want to say a few things too, Barb, say just an incredible thank you for all you have done for DOE, for computing, and for the country. It is your service that makes a difference in these programs, and you've always kept the individuals in mind, because we talk about numbers and progress, but in the end, it rests on the hopes and aspirations of individuals. And I've always been impressed by how you've always kept that at the forefront of how you talk about what we do. So on behalf of ASCAC, a huge thank you. I'm just sorry that some people had to drop off and weren't here for all of us to say just an incredible thank you for your service. We are in your debt. Anyone else who wants to jump in, feel free.
Yeah, this is Roscoe. I'll jump in and second all that. Thanks for everything, Barb, from the time you were organizing CSGF through organizing exascale and the quantum test beds and all that we've been through together. And I particularly, as when I was chair of ASCAC, particularly appreciated your efforts as well. So thank you. So now you're free to volunteer for all kinds of other stuff, right?
Exactly.
No, I too have appreciated interacting with Barb, and I learned a lot in the process. Thank you very much.
Barb, under your leadership, your long leadership, the trajectory of OSCAR has been phenomenal. And so your legacy to the community and to the nation is vast. Thank you for everything.
Yeah. Thanks, Barb, for your help in shepherding us through this time, especially the ECP efforts. It's always been a pleasure.
Well, we are grateful for everything that you've done, and I know you won't be a stranger. And so we wish you the very best.
Well, thank you all, and I do hope to see you again sometime in the future.
Yes, thank you, Barb, even though it's been a short time, but it's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're all welcome.
Thank you. I feel like it's come full circle from when I was a fellow in CSGF to now having the honor of being on the committee, and it's absolutely wonderful, Barb.
Well, we nominally have a public comment period. Anyone not on ASCAC or ASCAC for that matter wants to offer any public comments before we adjourn. All right, seeing none, thank you again, Barb, for everything. And with that, we are adjourned to this meeting. Thank you all.
Bye all.